Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Uh, it's a very special night, and I'm very excited to be having this. so, um, so we've had a 2-week hiatus in the wake of the holiday season. It is now January 1st, and Happy New Year to everybody. Um, when we last left off, we left off on a campaign session, and we have since missed 2 sessions since then, and typically this would be a chat session, but we're going to have a little fun tonight instead, and we're going to be running our first ever one-shot of the entire Cataclysm campaign. So, before we get started, going to do our intros and a little bit of extra information on that. So, like our campaign sessions, this will be loaded onto our YouTube channel as quickly as possible. It will be listed as a one-shot as opposed to an episode. So in terms of the way that where this one-shot's going to sit, a big thing that affected the formation of Hyrule in this area of the Legend of Zelda timeline that we're taking from, probably the largest event, and in my opinion the most interesting, was the Hyrulean Civil War. And in the Hyrulean Civil War, we'll get to the intro links in a minute. And in the intro to I'm sorry, with the Hyrulean Civil War was a war that had originally broken out between the Gorons and the Zora. And in large part, it was a drawn-out war, as no one of the two races were really able to gain an advantage over the other. And it's around this time that the Hylians had made their way to the land that would come to be known as Hyrule. And in doing so, they decided to throw their hat into this war and use the two warring factions essentially to subjugate them and establish Hylians as the dominant race of Hyrule. The Hylians could not do this by themselves, so what they had done was they had sought out the help of a already existing race in the land known as the Sheikah. At the time, the Sheikah were a very technologically advanced race. They had access to, in addition to the technology, they had access to powerful magics, relics, and various things that the Hylians felt could turn the tables of this war in their favor. So in approaching in the Hylians approaching the Sheikah, they made a promise that if the Sheikah had allied themselves with the Hylians, that in this new budding kingdom, the Sheikah would have a place amongst the Hylians. And so this one shot's going to take place at the point where the war is largely over, and the kingdom of Hyrule is not even so much a kingdom right now, so much as it is a budding city that may one day become what we know it to be. But there is in the air a fair amount of tension between the Hylians and the Sheikah, because the Sheikah are starting to believe that there might be some hidden cost at this alliance that they were not aware of. So the alliance between the Hylians and Sheikah is still there, but not really that solid. So on our Discord, so let me circle back to the links. One of the things I always like to do is on our I always like to suggest that everyone join our Discord server. You can find the link to our Discord server on the link of our Twitch page, and it can also be found on our link tree. Our link tree holds a number of other links, such as the link to our Cataclysm of Hyrule YouTube channel. It holds the link to our Roll20 page, our Facebook group page, a number of things. So our link tree is really where everything that we have is kind of held. But our Discord server is kind of outside of our broadcast. It's kind of the flagship of what we do. There's a number of interactive channels on there. We actually just had a vote on our Discord channel for the picture of the protagonist of this one shot. The protagonist NPC of the one shot, Iturbe. I put a couple of pictures up. I let people vote on which picture they felt was more appropriate, and now that is the picture for Iturbe that we'll be using in this one shot. So it's a great place to communicate. I think that there's wonderful people in the Discord server, and it's really just one of my favorite places to be and interact when the campaign isn't happening. It's also the easiest place to reach us all, as all of the players are on the Discord server. So, excuse me. As this is not a core campaign, we are going to be not running it with full staff today, because not only is it not the core campaign session, which we will be having next week, but it's a holiday. So Gully and Affine will not be joining us for tonight's campaign. We will have excuse me, Deacon and Leto joining us for this campaign. They will be playing two characters that are friends and subordinates of Iturbe. Another thing about the Discord server is that for the past 2 weeks, on the days that we've been having that we would have had broadcasts, I've released teasers for what was going on in this one shot to kind of give a little bit of like background information. But we'll get to that. We'll get to like NPC character introduction and everything after we get into everything else. So one of the other things that we're doing differently in this format for the one shot is one, I'm turning off all cameras. So you won't even get to see this pretty face. I apologize. So the whole thing will be voice chat with a much bigger map that we can see, and the one shot in general is going to be much more dialogue driven than our normal campaign. So the format's going to be a little bit different. Trying something out, because quite honestly, that's one of the fun things that you can do with one shots. So before we get to that, let's do our intros. Where is the audio? All right. So, first we have Lido. How you doing, Lido?
I am doing good for the new year so far.
That is wonderful to hear. You had a safe and healthy and happy holidays.
Yes.
Wonderful.
So yes.
So, can you tell us a little bit about your character?
Okay. They are a Sheikah, of course.
Hmm.
They are a ranger of specifically the swarm variety, swarm keeper. And their name is B.O.B. Yeah,
All right. So, right there is a picture of the Sheikah Swarmkeeper that Lido will be playing, more commonly referred to by his constituents as Bob. So, a pleasure to have you aboard. Look forward to seeing what happens with you and Bob as we travel down
interesting.
this this yeah, as the story evolves. So I will also say, like, by the end of this story, um usually when I kind of like put things out there, um I generally at least get like a couple of DMs with people kind of theorizing where I'm going with this, like where the twist is or what the unveil is. Um, I have not received a single one for this story. So I'm regarding that as a really good thing because I have been really tight-lipped about what I have been unveiling. In fact, like yours and Deacon's characters, you didn't even know the race of the build till less than a week ago. Like that's how tight I've been about this. So yeah. Um, welcome back. It's good to have you in on this New Year one shot. And
Yep.
next we have Deacon. How you doing, Deacon?
Hi. Um, I'm doing all right. New year, new leaf.
Facts. So yeah, it's been we're going to be going on a month break between campaign sessions. S-
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think we've really like ever done that in
Hmm.
whether it was like a broadcast like whether it was an in-person session, a broadcast session, a virtual non-broadcast session. I don't think this campaign
Hmm.
in any iteration has ever gone a month between sessions.
True, true. Kind of a shame to be honest.
You know what? You figure this is going to happen once every 7 years.
True, true.
G-
No,
give
I get you, man.
yeah, give or take a
Well,
leap year.
well, no, and not to mention, I mean, the holidays are bloody well exhausting. Like there's, I, th- yeah, like I don't think there was any getting around that one.
No, no. Honestly, like I thought and I tried, and I was like maybe something we could do. Quite honestly, even
No,
broadcasting,
I don't.
in some
Yeah,
ways, like broadcasting tonight feels like a bit of a stretch because you know
yeah.
yeah,
No, I feel you, man.
we're here and
Um,
we're gonna like bump each
as
other
the
up on
world
this.
as the world embraces a collective hangover, even those of us who haven't been drinking.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Uh,
So,
but yes, no.
do you do you feel comfortable telling us a little bit about your character before we delve into it?
Yes. So I am Sebastian Cerulean. For the sake of this, I'm honestly really looking forward to fleshing this out a little bit. I got into this for glory.
Mhm.
Like I believed in the cause so much that I like went paladin about the whole thing, and I can't wait to see how that ends up for us.
Yes. Very, very excited. Paladins are by nature incredibly righteous. And righteousness is a very sharp blade, but how it gets wielded is, the more determining factor.
And I'd say the same thing about belief, my friend.
Yes, absolutely. So, on the screen, we can see a picture of his avatar. So one of the things that I want to point out, I'm going to actually put this aside for a minute and bring up um, B.O.B again as well to show a point that one of the noting factors about the Sheikah race in this campaign is that they have the Sheikah symbol um, on their forehead. This kind of like notes, in some respect, their magical capabilities. Most importantly, it notes, their race, that they're in fact Sheikah. We're going to get into why this doesn't happen anymore. That is, well, hopefully we'll get into why this doesn't happen anymore. Um, if not, we'll delve into Q&As, at a later date. But yeah, that is going to play its own special uh, interest in the story, as we now have these very similar humanoid races, but one has um, this very outstanding feature to them, and in fact, it does have a slightly luminous effect. So, yeah. So
Glow in the dark, possibly radioactive.
it does glow in the dark. Actually, it is mentioned in the second teaser that it glows in the dark, because
Nice.
in the second teaser, um, Iturbe makes an active attempt to try to hide it by covering his forehead in mud.
Bioluminescent.
Right. So, let us take a trip over to our first map as we go into the introduction of our NPCs. So this is okay. So this is Hyrule in its beginning stages. Um, we have Can I get them all? That's all tight, but yeah, I can get them all. Okay. So from left to right, we have Impa, and anyone who is familiar the with most Legend of Zelda games, including our campaign, you are familiar with Impa. Um, so she is, I feel, a character that does not need much elaboration, but you will see a bit more of her behavior that we have spoken about in previous campaign chat sessions. Actually, let me switch these two, because he probably should have been first. But next to Impa, we have the King of Hyrule. And as most people know, the King of Hyrule, they know him as this um, older type gentleman. But this takes place at a much earlier date. This takes place as he is essentially crowning himself the king at the conclusion of this war. So he is a much younger king, and he, at this point, does not have a queen nor an heir. And by that, I mean very clearly Zelda does not exist in this one shot. Next to the king, we have his most seasoned and trusted advisor and general in the war, Odin. When Odin was introduced in the teaser, certain aspects about him is that his wife has passed away, and as he's getting older in his age, he is concerned for his daughter. He's concerned that he wants his daughter to be taken care of. He felt that he has earned his status in this new political climate, and he wants to use that as leverage to help his daughter as best as she can with what time he has left. Next to Odin, we have his daughter, Belle. Things that we can say about Belle that we have not just said in terms of Odin is that she is Hylian. She is, at this point, the closest thing to a princess that Hyrule has. As the king has no queen or no heir, that is its own point of contention. Because if the king cannot provide an heir, then what good is a king in the long term? So there may be some contention there, and we'll be getting into that. Next to Belle, we have Iturbe, and Iturbe was the voted that's the voted avatar for Iturbe that took place in our voting channel, as I had mentioned. So if you ever want to partake in any votes or anything else that we have on our Discord channel, all you have to do is join. The link is on our Twitch page and in our link tree. So Iturbe is he is the leader of a small band of Sheikah, which both Leto and Deacon will be playing for tonight. And what has kind of happened in this post-war political climate is that through his acts of valor and bravery, Iturbe has gotten a little bit of pull. Whether or not he wants to utilize it has yet to be seen, but he has definitely gained notoriety not only amongst the Sheikah, but also amongst the Hylians. And then the interesting character on the far right is Bacalon. Bacalon is not, in many respects, he's a largely mysterious character. Like, first and foremost, he has a reputation for being an incredibly vicious character. He's the kind of person that the king knew he could go to get things done without questions being asked about his methods. And because of his dedication, that has got him a seat on the King's Council, albeit one that makes people, one that makes the rest of the council and both the Hylians and Sheikah incredibly uneasy. So those are our NPCs for the campaign. Excuse me. So what I'll be doing is the people who are on pertinent to the scene will kind of be below. So, yeah. Let's see. There, and pop in. Bam. Yeah. So for now, all right. So that is as much of the introduction and backstory that is as needed, and we will delve into the campaign. So, the King of Hyrule surveys the view from atop a crumbling battlement, and he inhales deeply, revealing an odor of burning wood and blood-soaked soil. Despite the acrid taste that lingers in his throat, he seems content as he looks around the newly founded city of Hyrule. The king has pride in his new city, but the king's pride in his new city causes him to sneer slightly, as close to a smile as he will allow. Pockets of festivities bubble up through the former battlefields. Laughter can be heard amongst the people. As they celebrate the ending of the war and the founding of their new home. He cuts through the laughter and the music with a sharp voice to the people surrounding him. It is done. We've quelled the filthy uprising, and we can begin the most difficult and vital work. He doesn't turn to his audience, his council of extraordinary talents, but they hear him nonetheless. What lies before us, gesturing to the panoramic view before them all, is only possible because of your collective efforts. And the only path forward is one where I can continue to depend on your advice and support. All right, and then so surrounding the self-crowned king are the mystic Sheikah warrior, Impa, whose dedication to the cause has gained her great favor throughout the crusade. Iturbe, a humble Sheikah who led his small band to many decisive battles over many years. Odin, a Hylian tactician, as fate had seen it, never sired a son before the passing of his love. Odin was determined to see that his only daughter Bel was well tended to. And lastly was Bacalon, a scraggly Hylian of few words, who had a unique ability for causing unease to the people around him. His efficiency for obtaining results was second to none, but everyone knew then better than to pry into his methods. And all right. So the king turns to Impa first, and he says, I truly value the efforts of you and your people by the side of the Hylians throughout this war. I cannot give rewards to everyone, but you are among the most deserving. What would you like? Name it, and it will be yours. And Impa looks to the king and says, Your Majesty, I do not require a reward. What you have built and what you are building is reward enough. All that I ask is that you permit me to continue to serve the crown. With a very satisfied look on his face. A little bit smug. The king nods. He says, Of course. You have a permanent place with the crown. And he turns to Odin. And he puts out his hand to Odin. And they shake in terms of by grasping each other's forearms. And as they shake, the clanging of the metal of their armor rattles. This is Odin, my oldest and dearest friend. We've seen much together, and I too owe you a great duty of gratitude for your part in all of this. And now that our efforts are beginning to bear fruit, what can I give to you? And Odin first starts off with a very labored and phlegm-filled cough. So he coughs into white handkerchief and looks at it with mild alarm and quickly tucks it away. He says, "My king, I've served you and your family for a long time, and this campaign was just one story of many that will be told through all of time. But I think, or I ask for nothing of myself. I ask only for my daughter Belle, that in my absence she is looked after and taken care of, and if you are to see it fit to marry her off to the most suitable and advantageous and most capable of your kingdom, then that is all I could ever ask." And with a beating of his eyes and a very subtle sneer, the king reassures Odin and says, "I will treat your daughter as if she were my own. I will see to it that she has the best of everything that we can offer." And he turns to Impa and he says, "Impa, as your first task of the crown, you are to directly see to Belle's education and well-being." And without hesitation, Impa complies. The king turns to Iturbe. He says, "Young Iturbe, you have made a very well-renowned name for yourself in this crusade. When I say that this could not have been achieved without everybody, don't think for a second that you are in any way excluded from that. Despite your youth, you have shown tremendous prowess on the battlefield. And what could your king give to you?" And Iturbe seems slightly taken aback, a little surprised. He says, "Your Majesty, I didn't do this for reward, fame, renown. Half the time I don't even know what I'm doing. I have no need for anything just yet. But if you will simply hold me in your good graces and if the time comes, just take me into consideration. The king lets out a boastful laugh. He says, "Oh, Iturbe, for all of your capability, it is possible that your naivete may get you into more trouble than not. But fear not, because you are amongst good people here, and you have earned your place." And then he turns to Bacalon, as Bacalon is standing, as usual, a little bit further off from everyone, and as the king addresses, he's kind of like huddled over and kind of rolling his hands into each other as if, it's kind of something that he does, that the king recognizes when he gets excited, which generally causes more unease. And he says, "In Bacalon, what do you require?" And Bacalon starts to slowly shuffle over to the king, dragging one foot behind him. You hear a thump with his front foot, and a drag on his back foot, till he eventually makes his way to the king and whispers something in his ear. And the king looks at him as if he had been given a very fitting idea. And he says, "I could not think of a more fitting reward, and you shall have it." And Bacalon kind of nods his whole body in excitement, knowing that what he has worked for and what he has earned is now finally his. So the king goes, "And this, I suppose, now does conclude our meeting." And he turns to Odin. He says, "I can see your daughter down there enjoying the festivities, and I feel that everyone does need a little bit of respite and rejoice. So I will retire, and everyone else enjoy the rest of the night." So the party disbands, and everyone goes their own way. All right. So then Iturbe kind of comes down and quickly finds his two friends. And he calls out to them. He goes, "Bob, Sebastian, I just got back from a meeting with the king, and he promised that we have a place in his court. That means that we have land if we want it, we have a home, we have reputation, we have respect, we everything that was promised in the Alliance Summit is ours for the taking.
All of us now. He grins. He's like, "Now, friend." Kind of smiles cheerfully at him. He goes, "Now, I know you are a humble one yourself, but I trust you shared in the glory." As he kind of like readjusts his hair, just to basically just teasing his buddy.
So he says the glory
Like
is
I
ours.
hope he remembers to share the credit.
Yeah, because
Oh.
the glory is ours collectively. I could not have done this without you, and I would not go anywhere without my two most trusted and battle-worn friends.
I pat him on the shoulder and I say, and I'm just like grinning at him, cheerfully. I say, "That's the spirit, buddy." Or that's the spirit, brother. Like, you know, we we got to stick together, and I'm glad you didn't forget us when you were bumping elbows with royalty, huh?
Well, of course not, because that would I would listen. I would never forget those closest to me.
I
That would be that would be something of you know those those cowardly Hylians would do. And his voice kind of like drops when he says that.
He chuckles and pats him on the shoulder. He goes, "You got that right, brother. But you can relax a bit. I'm just teasing you, man. I it's the only way I know how to celebrate. Um, hey Bob, how you holding up? You liking the good news? We're in, baby."
What? Oh, wait, just a moment. And Bob lifts up his hair on his right side and pulls out a cockroach from his ear. Sorry, I was not hearing you well.
I said we're in, baby. Come on, like
You know,
the kingdom, man. Iturbe here, and I like. How tall is he?
Um,
He's still kind of young, right?
he is kind of young, but I would put him around like close to an even 6 foot. Anywhere between like 5'11", 6 feet. Like
Uh,
he's matured enough that he's full grown.
okay. Do I know what class he is? Like is he like a strong fighter type, or is he like a rogue type, or like? You don't have to give me like specifics, but like, is he like Dex or Strength or
Um,
or some kind of magic?
so okay, actually, I'm going to do a quick aside here because at the conclusion, as an aside, at the conclusion of this broadcast, I'm going to something that we're going to run in the Discord is whoever can get the most aspects, and I will list the aspects in the Discord of Iturbe's character sheet
Mhm.
is going to win a very special prize.
Hmm.
So there's not going to be much that I'm going to unveil about his specific characteristics. I'm going to speak in like generalities, but there are going to be things that are very overtly obvious, and there are going to be things that are very subtle and not so obvious. Um, so in
Okay.
with Iturbe, I have created his character sheet as like an NPC character sheet, but I
Mhm.
modeled it after an actual character in class.
Cool. But yeah, I'll ask you this question in these terms then.
Yeah.
Is he physically ripped?
Yes, he
Cool.
is tall. He is chiseled. He has a reputation for being one of those playboy type people who can get just about any woman he wants, but
I could tell.
it's not. I would say like the reputation that he has um, exceeds his actual personality and
Mhm.
his actions.
Honestly, I just wanted to rip him because if he was like if he looked any like physically less strong than I was gonna ruffle his hair like he was still a kid.
You know what?
That's
You
the only
absolutely
reason I
could,
wanted to ask that.
because I'm picturing you like a bit more on like like a bit more on like the brolic muscular side, where he's more on like
Yeah,
the like lean muscular side.
perfect. Okay, yeah, he's got the full by shonen package. I got you. Okay,
Yeah,
perfect. Thanks. So yeah, I whereas I'm more of like the like the muscle man type, like hoo-ah. So like yeah, I ruffle his hair, like he's still a kid, and I go, hey, you may you may be the strongest of us overall, but the one thing that I'm glad to know is that you can carry the weight of all this on those shoulders of yours, skinny though they may be.
Uh, and he goes, well, skinny as you may think that they be, uh, you know, the ladies think a little different.
Kids, God.
I can fit through a door frame with no trouble. I can.
You got me.
And he goes, but um, this is not the only good news.
Ooh, there's more.
And he goes, um, I've met someone.
Oh, look at you go. So much for all those ladies you're gonna get, huh, Chief?
Oh, listen, you know that you can't believe all of those stories,
Hmm.
just most of them. Uh, but she's
Good for you, buddy. Tell me about her.
she's different. She's sweet and kind and available
Hmm.
and right over there.
Hmm. Wow,
And
that is available.
and he kind of like he gestures with his head in like a very subtle fashion, as like he's facing you two directly,
Mhm.
and he gestures um towards like the gathering of the party, of like the
Mhm, mhm.
celebration. And both of you give me a investigation check, but don't verbalize the results.
Okay. So do you want me to like? Okay. Some rolling advantage. Beans. Uh,
Okay, actually it's close enough that I say, but I was going to pick one person to notice, but it's high enough that both of you have noticed. Um, as you gaze out into the celebration, you see no small number. The entirety of the city of Hyrule has gathered for this, but you notice one pair of eyes from a very youthful, beautiful Hylian woman who is having a conversation. Excuse me. But her eyes, as she has this conversation, are directed completely at Iturbe. And although her face is like largely obscured by the person she's talking to,
Mhm.
you kind of figure it out relatively quickly.
I just kind of whistle and I shake my head. I'm like, you aim high, kid. But you know what? I mean, it's in line with what you just said, brother. So, if anyone can do it, I believe that it's you, and I mean that sincerely. For his, so yeah. Or
Thanks.
whatever.
And
Uh,
what say you, Bob?
You think she's out of your league?
But I have favor with the king.
Did you ask for her? Or did you just go like, hey, how about it?
We've spoken in private, away
Did you get her
from
dad's blessing?
no.
well, you fucked up there,
So,
kid.
so you're kind of just, yeah, you're screwed.
But I can get it. I know I can get it. If I can get, he may not be willing to give it all too freely, but if I can get the king's blessing, then surely her father would not resist.
Tell me exactly what the king said to you about it.
Well, he asked me what I wanted, and I kind of gave a bit of a vague answer, um, because I didn't want to say anything, you know, being so close to her father and potentially ruining it. But um, I just kind of like I figure that when the king has a spare moment, I can call on him if he's not busy, and explain the situation and talk about how a unity between myself being a very respectful Sheikah and her being um, a potential Hylian princess, that it would be a great uh, potential for unity of our two cultures. And uh,
So, oh,
yeah,
sorry. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish, and then
no,
I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with everything you just said.
I mean, that's really honestly as far as I thought.
All right, buddy. So number one. All right, number one. All right. She's not a princess. She's not the king's daughter. Number two. The thing about a king that he's never, ever, ever going to not be busy again. That's not gonna happen. So, like, what you need to do, and then you kind of gotta like actually ask him, because you didn't say, yes. You don't have the yes. You didn't get that blessing yet, Chief. You gotta maybe I'm not saying peacock here, but like, we leave that to me. But like you gotta verbalize. I know it's hard because he's the boss of all this, but you know sounds like you didn't actually ask for anything
Yet,
yet.
You
right?
can go ask
So
her.
um
But I'll
you
be right
know
back. I'll
okay.
start walking over there.
Wait, you're going to walk over to Odin and Bell?
Yes. Bell, yeah.
All right. So,
And that's how our one shot was over in 20 minutes.
yeah. Good night, everybody. So,
Sorry.
so Bob, you walk over to Odin and Bell, and they appear to be engaging in a rather positive, you know nice, father daughter conversation. You
Oh,
do detect
one,
a bit of panic in her eyes as she tries to like indicate with her eyes that she does not want you to approach. Um,
one thing that you have to know about Bob is he also has bugs swarming all around him, so he's kind of sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yes.
So it's even better because he's making a path as he walks through, and people are just trying to get out of his way.
The sea of people just part as they hear the skittering of bugs just all over you. All right. So you approach nonetheless. Okay. And
Greetings.
and Belle kind of looks at you with a very indicating face again, and she goes, "Oh, father, father, you remember Bob? He's a friend of that Sheikah that I saw you talking to. Oh, what was his name? Uh, Iturbe. Yeah, he's Iturbe's friend." Um, and Odin looks at him at Bob. He goes, "I don't believe we've had the opportunity, but." Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, can
we
I just
haven't
like
actually.
follow after him at this point? Like just like
You are in tow.
yeah, well, it's like yeah, I'm gonna be like 5 feet behind him, just like I see that he's walking over there, and I'm just like my eyes closed for a second, and I'm just like, all right, we're doing this, and then I'm like just like all right, I guess we're doing this, and I walk after him.
Okay. And yeah, so and as Belle finishes introducing Bob to her father, she goes, and um oh
Um, I hey, I'm so terribly sorry to interrupt.
Not.
I yeah, I so I know this is I don't want to keep you away from your family or anything. It's just I wanted to kind of forgive me for being brazen, please, and I kind of like bow to him slightly, but you know part of it was I heard that you had just finished um with the a meeting with King and our brother Turbe, and I just wanted to we were kind of wanted to make the rounds, and I just wanted to thank you on behalf of all of us for everything that you've done for the kingdom, and we it's I know that you've probably done the most out of everyone, and it's just he rubs the back of his head and he says, "Even I get kind of starstruck, and seeing Bob wander over here, I couldn't help but follow. And I'm kind of like trying to maybe flatter him a little bit to like get him in a better mood before the inevitable question happens."
okay. So he seems very very pleased by Sebastian's interaction in that introduction, and he puts his hand out and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name."
Hmm. Um, I bow again, and he said he puts his hand out.
Yeah, for a shake.
I shake it firmly, and I do mean his eyes. I go, my name is Sebastian Cerulean, and a- it's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Odin. I yeah I am it is well and truly an honor. And but yes, I know that we've all been getting kind of excited about everything that's happened, and it was just I believe there was I just wanted to take the time to properly introduce myself before we bothered you or anything too much more. Um, I believe I just wanted to give you a proper introduction and all that before my friend asked you too many questions or anything like that.
No, of course. I mean, it's good to meet you both. I've heard of Iturbe's exploits, and that he, of course, did not act alone. So it's good to meet uh, two of his fellow combatants, and then he turns to Bob and um, puts his hand out to to Bob as well. Um, does Bob put his hand out to shake?
I put out my hand to shake, and things crawl over my hand onto his.
Okay, so so the moment like the first bug starts to like crawl over, he like very firmly kind of like pulls it back and goes charmed as he like takes reaches in for like a handkerchief, and at this you can see that it's a white handkerchief with what appears to be blood specks on it, as he just takes the bug in the handkerchief and like kind of just shakes the handkerchief out to not like harm the bug, because you can tell he's not really he doesn't want to like do anything to offend at the moment, but he's also very skeeved out, and he gives you like he flashes you like a very like half-hearted smile um as he like regathers his
Um,
composure.
can I take this opportunity to chime in with just like a very sincere like just kind of noticing that he like doesn't harm the bug.
Mhm.
And like you said, he was a warrior, right? Like he fought, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I so I say, very sincerely that it's really a joy to see a warrior who, is such of so much renown and strength, and yet still is kind even to even to the insects and flies and such. Once again, your honor and valor is truly something to be admired. Um yeah, yeah, it's just yeah, and I mean that sincerely, of course. Like that's not just flattery.
It says, "Thank you." It's been my experience that there is more to power than simply brute strength and violence. Um, but I apologize. This is my daughter Belle. Belle. This is Sebastian
I
and
know.
Bob.
I know her.
She
Mm.
darts you like a semi-angry gaze now. Um, uh,
Um,
uh-huh. Okay.
So
uh,
what?
uh oh,
What's-
um,
what's-
oh, sorry.
no, you go.
Yeah. Sorry, that just caught me by surprise. I smile and I nod and I do another like bow, like a small one, like the kind of like half bow, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Not like a full royal bow, just like the polite one. And I go, it's nice to meet you. I yes, it is likewise an honor. I hope you are doing well, and I kind of you know uh look apologetic. Like that's all I could say.
Okay. And she says, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you both." And as she continues to talk, she's interrupted by Odin, and he says, "Who- where is your friend Iturbe?
Yeah,
I assumed he'd be
He's
with you."
he's back
yeah. I was
there. He's
just
waiting for B or Bell.
yeah. Actually, could you go fetch him, Bob?
You both turn around and
Sure.
he's gone.
Thanks.
He bolted.
Oh
He is not currently visible.
Well,
yeah.
he's hiding
Sorry.
right now.
He To be honest, I think if I have to be honest with you, sir, I think even he is a little bit starstruck. Um, we should
Well,
probably go look for him.
Well, well, I'm sure, you know, the the youthful have energy to play such games. I, however, am starting to tire from not all of this excitement. I'm not used to such celebrations. Battlefields are definitely more my place of comfort. Bill, if
I understand.
you'd like to go with these with these gentlemen, you know, you you don't have to, stay with your old man through this whole thing. She's like, thank you, Papa, but I
come with
think
us. That's fine.
no, I'm
No,
going
you should
to
come.
I'm going to see what else is going on. I hear there's many things happening tonight, and I would hate to be to weigh somebody down. But if you find your friend Iturbe, feel free to um tell him that
Do you like him?
that
Something like that.
well, I'm sure he's a wonderful person and he has a wonderful reputation. But
Marriage type.
oh, I don't think of um I mean, if that's your thing, uh that's I hear that war creates strong bonds, but that's not something I
Okay,
would
I'm
know
done.
of.
Bye. I walk away.
And you hear as you start to walk away, just the like perplexed voice of Odin, and he goes, "He's such an interesting individual. I'm," and she nudged and goes, "Papa." And he goes, "No, I'm glad
I'm
that
still
I met."
standing there.
Yeah, yeah, oh,
You
absolutely.
know. Okay.
A-
Just making sure.
And he's just like, I'm glad that I uh, you know happy to be introduced, but you know,
Um, I turn and I do the half bow again, and I'm just like, I'm terribly sorry. He is and I kind of like smile and I rub the back of my head. He goes, he really he means the best in the world. But sometimes he's very he's very curious. He likes to ask a lot of questions, but at the same time, I think sometimes his nerves get the better of his words. So I think I think essentially he was just asking he just wanted to um uh sorry I think in his own way, um, he just wanted to, see how well you guys had thought of a turbine and such as he doesn't got to how do I put this? He hasn't had the honor of meeting too many who have truly fought by his side or on that same level. So yeah, it's again I'm terribly sorry that we interrupted, but he was so excited to meet you, to be honest. That I I could really do no dissuading him. And he just I think maybe because of my own, stumbling, he may have gotten a bit of nerves, and that's why he dipped. But so my apologies for cutting it short and all that. But yes, um, I if if you don't mind, sir, and I know you're getting tired, but could I trouble you just one more question?
of course,
I Thank you, sir. So I wanted to ask, do you have much of an opinion of our leader of well, sorry, not our leader, but well, understand our comrade, Iturbe. Obviously, we hail to the king. Please make no mistake. But our Iturbe, yes. So what do you take of him so far? Has he been good to you? Have you had the opportunity to meet much?
I haven't had much dealings with Iturbe. I'm starting to get of the impression that I'll be seeing more of him because I feel that the king is maybe assembling a council of sorts.
Mm,
That was perhaps the impression that I got from our most recent meeting.
mm,
But more so, I know Iturbe and by extension, um, you know, you guys more through reputation, and
mm.
um, I will say that it's it's good to have you all on our side.
Oh, absolutely, sir. It's honestly, to have as frankly generous an offer as what the king has made for us. It's nice to feel like we can be at home amongst the amongst the Hylians, and it's very in many ways it's an honor. There's there's something to be said for fame and glory, yes, but there's just as much to be said for finding a real and proper home. So we are in many ways very grateful, and none more so than Iturbe himself. As we spoke to him briefly, and he expressed that at some point, he is just very very grateful, and we're all in our own ways very in debt to the King of Hyrule, and so by all means, it's well, it's our pleasure, I suppose, in a word. But yes, the I the one thing that I wanted to say is just I'm sure I don't know what business he's quite off to now, but I believe if you give him a chance, I think he'd really appreciate the chance to get to know you. I feel like you know he's he's such a good kid, but he could learn a thing or two from someone who has a little more on the wisdom side of things. As again, you've demonstrated by showing that there's more to strength than brute force and such. I think not that he you know I I just think you could probably teach him a thing or two if you wouldn't mind someday. Um, it's and it's he kind of like smiles and shakes his head in a wistful sort of way. Ultimately he's kind of even out of my league as a fighter, so it's just a matter of it would take someone of your caliber to teach him any new tricks, I think.
And he puts his gauntlet. He put his gauntleted hand on your shoulder and he says, "Kind paladin, if I could give one strong piece of advice that I have learned as I've gotten to the age that have often viciously fought to gotten to,
Hmm,
it is that brevity is an art form."
I apologize.
And he says, "This armor is wearing me down and I must retire.
I bow. Good day to you, sir. I wish you the best.
I look forward to running into you again and to getting to know Iturbe in these meetings, if that is the will of the king.
I bow to him and say, I promise a shorter encounter next time. Thank you for your time, sir.
Yes, thank you. And now he's starting to like. He does have like a little sluggishness like to his step. He's ever so like subtly hunched over. He's not like dragging by any means, but you can tell like he's trying to um put on like a facade of not being as like exhausted as he truly is.
Mm-mm. Ah. Um. Yes. And then I turn to bow. I do a half bow, and I say, my apologies as well. And I say, um, again, thank you for your time. And I give him like the salute. And I and I say, um, perhaps somewhat awkwardly at this point, I say, so I should perhaps chase after my companion at this stage. Thank you. And good day.
Enjoy the rest of the festivities. They are in no small part to your contributions.
Thank you, sir. And then I go chase after Bob, wherever he may be.
So where
Probably
has
hear him.
Sorry.
He's just crying out, E, E, where are you? Where'd you go and hide? E.
um you know what? So let's see. So in these festivities there are there's a fire breather. There's somebody juggling knives. There is excuse me. There is a band playing. Um, there is one guy who seems to have a type of lute. Um, another guy is another person is playing um, a flute type instrument, and one has a pair of um, percussion bass drums that he is playing with his hands. And um, there is a small animal petting zoo with like ponies and goats and things like that. And there is uh, a fortune teller.
Hmm.
Where would you like to look for him first?
Oh. Oh, wait. Sorry. Looking for Bob or looking for
No, I would say like Bob.
E?
I don't think Bob like really like went that far off. I would say like before.
Oh,
Uh,
Gotcha. Sorry.
or you know what?
Just making sure.
You know what? Okay, so I'll word it this way. Bob, where do you search first?
knife thrower.
The what?
Knife thrower.
Knife throw. Okay, so Sebastian, you're going to catch up with Bob at the knife thrower. Um,
Mhm.
but before Sebastian catches up to Bob, okay, so there at this point there is a small gathering that has come across that is gathered around the knife thrower. You know, in fact, like the reason that you notice the knife thrower at first is simply because every once in a while you'll see just a large knife just fly really high up in the air, and the crowd will go like ooh, and then it'll come down. And as you investigate closer, you notice that there is somebody juggling three rather large knives, probably closer to the size of like machetes. Um, they are very shiny, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not sharp. Um, taking a moment to look around, you do not see Iturbe.
See, what would someone who's scared go to? Wouldn't go dancing. Fire maybe? Let's go to fire.
Fire dancer. Okay, so at this point, Sebastian comes and catches up with Bob. before he starts to move over to the fire dancers.
Hi, Bastion.
Hey, Chief. Sorry about that, buddy. Apparently, I learned a lesson in brevity today.
Why?
I talk too much.
No,
I'm
you
nervous.
talked just enough to make it look like we weren't going to ask the questions that we were going to do, but I did anyway.
I appreciate that. I think we balanced each other out pretty well. I was just trying to run like damage control so he didn't think too hard about the questions we had to ask him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's smarter than I am, so of course he could probably answer him.
Hmm. Well, hmm.
Plus, you know,
Uh,
Hero and Hero's daughter.
I mean, true. I just think
She said he's not husband material, so I don't think he's
that's
got a
true.
chance.
Oh, yeah. I think that's probably something we should if he wants to keep pursuing, then we might want to leave that up to Big E.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't, I don't know. I almost wonder. I wish we could talk more to this Bell character, see what's actually going on. But we should probably let E fill
Are
in
we
the
gonna
details
kidnap
first.
her?
No, what?
Saying you want to talk to her. It kind of seems like the easiest idea.
That won't go well for anyone. Um,
What if we leave a
hmm,
note that says we've kidnapped your daughter and we're letting her talk to her future husband, and then as soon as they decide to get married, she can come back?
hmm, that's multiple kinds of illegal, in fact. You know, multiple kinds of illegal, in fact, and wrong. Um, hmm.
Would solve the problem.
The thing is, I think it wouldn't. It would also create multiple new problems. You can't really force a marriage, really, my friend.
We're not gonna force it. We're just gonna let them stay together until such a time as she decides to marry him. It's like dating.
I mean, true, but I think
Unless she,
oh,
it's his head one day.
hmm, hmm.
I think it's just an insect thing.
Yeah. I I don't think she's gonna do that. But yeah, yeah, let's so I as we kind of observe the fire dancer, I I look at him and I say, so the one thing that I think hmm, I think I have to learn. I think I have to make sure that Big E knows this lesson of brevity. Do you have any luck finding him anywhere?
Not so far.
Word. Um.
But of course,
So,
I'm going to places that I think I would go. I don't know about
that's
him.
fair.
He is not at the fire
Well,
dancer.
if I had to guess, he's either at the petting zoo to try and calm down with the animals, or at the fortune teller to get a faulty reading of his ideal love life. So,
Oh, we have to think like him. Probably fortune teller because he's probably in there going, "I love her so much, I want her to be like." And the fortune teller is going, "Yes, give me lots of gold,
yeah,
rubies."
I think you're right, Chief. I think you're right, buddy. Yeah, let's search for Biggie there,
Okay,
and let's see if they hit us with the old "Ooh, I knew you'd come today." I love it when they throw that one at me.
wait. If we walk in, she says that, or he says that, should we just leave?
Mm.
That will then prove that they're wrong.
Mm, true. Um, hmm. I think. Hmm. Let's see. There's a. Ooh, I understand. Okay, so you could use like thaumaturgy to make like the candles and stuff flicker like there's actual supernatural stuff at hand. In actuality, it's just magic. But like, I can make. Oh wait, that's like a seance thing than a fortune teller. Fair enough.
I don't know.
Um, hmm.
Never been to one.
Fair.
See my
Uh,
fortune in the flies.
how does that
However
work?
many die per day.
Oh,
Even's odds. Even's normally it's a good day. Odds it's kind of a bad day. So far today it's even. But
Interesting.
we still got like
I
3 hours before a certain number die.
um. Well, here's hoping it ends on even. Good luck. Huh. Um. So yeah. Want to head to the fortune teller?
Sure.
Mm.
All right. So you head to the fortune teller who is in the tent, and as you approach, you do see Iturbe in line. As you begin to approach him, you see like what he's like second in line, and
Mm-hmm.
one person's coming out of the tent, and the person ahead of him is going into the tent. So he would be
Mm-hmm.
next in line, but the person in the tent now is currently involved with the fortune teller. Uh, so
How
yeah,
far away is the person inside? Is there like a chair that they sit on, whatnot like that?
it's a pretty heavily like very like you can't see inside. It's
Oh, okay.
almost like a small carnival tent with like flaps in the front to go in and out.
Hmm.
Okay.
Can I ask how many people are between us and Biggie on the in the line?
Right now he's the only person in line,
Okay.
and I would say unless you do something, he doesn't notice your approach. Like he does seem like a little nervous, in fact.
Fuck it, I walk up to him, like slowly, like not like trying to scare him, but also like just like not like casually, you know what I mean? That's the word I'm looking for. I just casually walk up to him,
Mm.
I pat him on the shoulder and go, "Hey, lover boy."
And he looks and you see like on his face he does look troubled. He says, what if Bob's right? What if you're right? What if
It'd be a first.
Ouch.
except that there has to be a first time for everything. And
Oh, that I'm gonna be right. I'm
Oh,
right.
I thought you meant that I was gonna be right. Ooh.
I don't know. I don't really listen to you, so
I don't
Valid. Yeah,
I
you
want you to
shouldn't.
be wrong though. I
Yeah.
so
want me to be wrong.
no I
So
want
she doesn't love you.
no you said that I didn't have a chance. You said
Yeah,
that her
because we just talked to her and she said you're not husband material. Of course, that was in front of her dad, so maybe she's lying. But
I would put my money on that. However, she did seem to be very pissed off that we were even talking to him. So, there is that as well. So I think she might just
that's
be
normal for me.
valid. I understand. I but yeah, she I tried to run a little bit of damage control on us doing that. I gave her the old filibuster. But I think he caught on because he told me I needed to stop talking so much. So
Also, he
yeah.
said he wanted to talk to you.
Yes, basically yeah. I think it would do you well to actually give him a shot. Um, you know, he spoke, like he has a degree of respect for what you've done, and that's valuable. That'll get you in the door. If you know what I mean. Like that'll, you gotta like eventually actually ask the question though, my man. And remember, the only thing I wasn't trying to say that she was out of your league, Biggie, but like what I was trying to say is like you gotta know what you're doing, or not even know what you're doing, but like kind of know that you're gonna do something. You know, like do you
Also,
understand?
also, standing in line for a fortune teller who's going to tell you, yes, everything's going to be okay. You can give me like 50 rupees and I can tell you the same thing.
Mm, he's right, you know.
and he's like, well,
Wait, the bugs are talking to me. Don't waste your money. Give it to your friends. You owe them for saving you so many different times. Buy them candy apples. Me?
at a, at this point, the person like comes out, like the person that was in front of Iturbe comes out of the flap, and Iturbe quickly
So
turns
let me
to the
guess.
guy,
Good news.
and he's like
The person who's leaving.
he's scratching his head. He seems a little perplexed, and Iturbe is like, what did she say? What was your fortune? And he says, she told me to tell you to not listen to Bob. I don't know what that means, but my
No idea
fortune
who's that guy.
was to tell you to not listen to Bob.
You got ripped off.
Yeah, and he walks out like very defeated, and you can hear him like mutter under his breath. He's like, 10 rupees wasted, fraud.
See? I will make you a deal, B. Just give me 40. I'll make it even.
And he goes,
Pretty good deal.
so Iturbe goes, listen, I'm gonna go in.
Almost like she could hear us outside and was able to go, oh, it's those guys who helped fight.
But
The ones that are kind of well known.
how does she
You
know your
just name
name?
someone who's out here. I'm pretty sure she saw you standing out here, lover boy.
No, your
It's like,
name.
oh, it's very easily. See the bugs? I'm kind of stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm with you.
But she can't see it. We can't see in. She can't see out.
Are you sure about that?
You know what? It's 10 rupees. At
It's
the
10
very
rupees that you could have for a date with the girl that you want to date. Instead of 10 rupees to
While
sit in
they're
a tent.
while they're
Just
doing
blah, blah,
this,
blah.
uh,
can I be ritual casting something? Tech magic.
yes, yes, you can.
Thanks. I'm just like, while they're like having this back and forth, I'd like to just be like, my hand over like my holy symbol, and yeah, just like kind of like making a prayer. I believe my holy symbol would be what kind of holy symbol do they have? Like I guess it would be the din or something.
Honestly, like I mean, the way I usually do it is I would say like you can have a physical holy symbol, or your holy symbol can be like part of your weapon or your shield, or it can be like a crest. Um, I mean,
I appreciate it.
given that like
Uh,
your Sheikah, it could even be the emblem on your forehead.
oh, that would be cool. I would like that actually.
Yeah.
Cause yeah, I was just curious about like like what I would be praying to like Din or Hylia or like how that kind of works.
None of them.
Ooh.
In fact, um,
What does Sheikah pray to?
you know what? I would if I had
Akira.
to if I had to make like a split like momentary decision, I would say that um given that the Sheikah have settled the land of Hyrule long before the Hylians ever arrived, that
So
it
it's
is
literally like, oh, sorry.
yeah, it's more of like a all-encompassing not like a specific deity, but just the existence of like spiritual magic.
Gotcha. So
You know,
this really
like
is just like the 100% direct version of I believed so hard in myself that I got superpowers.
well, I would say maybe it's like Final Fantasy VII type stuff, like Mako energy.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Okay.
So yeah, like a magic stream that you pray to
Cool.
tap into.
Okay. All right. I can work with that. Okay. So yeah, I will I will just kind of like yeah, I'll trace my holy symbol from the bottom up, which is the symbol on my face. I will trace it upside down as is my mark of casting a spell. Like that's my prayer.
Hmm,
Oh,
okay.
final deal. I'll do it for 9 rupees.
And he goes,
I'll tell you yes to anything you want to ask.
I'll tell you what, Bob. I'm gonna go in there and get my fortune read, and afterwards
Ripped off. Got it.
I'll buy you a drink. And I'll buy
I
Sebastian
want
a
a drink. I
big
want a
chip.
candy apple.
We drinks are on me tonight.
I want a candy apple.
You can have a candy apple.
Okay. Then go inside and get scammed. Got it.
Okay. All right.
Can I
So
come
so
in with
Also, tell her, ask her how many fingers I'm holding up. She
okay.
says one, because I'm gonna flick her off right now.
you?
All right.
Hey, Big E, can I come in with you though? I can give you supreme dating advice. Trust me.
I'll stay outside and make sure nobody disturbs you.
I can help you interpret messages from the gods. I am technically holier than thou.
well, I mean,
So he's like one of those Paragon Paladin people, so she won't be able to lie. That's
well,
how it works, right?
I mean, I guess you guys can come in um if you
I'll be
behave.
quiet and brief.
I'll bring the swarm. Not gonna be quiet.
As just don't make a scene. Listen, I'm just trying to get my fortune told. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
It shouldn't take that long. I watch how fast this line moved. It's gonna be quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't say your name. Don't call us by name. See if she can get any of it.
Sure, you
o-
got your name.
Okay. All right.
Or
So
maybe she's
Sorry.
talking to him. He's Bob and I'm B.
Fair
so
enough. Anyway,
um.
but yeah, let's go in.
y-
I will be quiet. I promise. I
Okay.
just want to investigate, and I just want to listen to it.
All right. So
Of
so
course.
so it does. Are you with the detect magic? Are you
Yes.
looking for any like? I'll simply say like you detect magic coming from the tent, and it is divination magic.
Okay, that's really all I want to know.
Okay,
Like it lasts for like an hour or something, so I just want to like have my detect magic like Auspex goggles on,
gotcha.
like while I watch the fortune telling. Cause just that's all. I'm not gonna like give him any bullshit. I'm gonna actually listen. I just wanted to see if there was actual magic being cast or if it was being a huckster, and that's all.
Okay, there is actual magic being cast.
All right, that works for me. Then yeah, I'm just gonna sit in and patiently watch and see if I can figure out any special kind of magic.
All right,
Part of it is also just like no point like letting him get hexed or some such. So
do you divulge any of this information? Or do you keep it to yourself?
I keep it to myself, I guess.
Okay. All right. So you walk in and you see this um gypsy type looking woman dressed in loose rags, a very big cloth bandana. She looks old,
Cool.
uh, hunched over. She has these long, kind of skeleton, like thin fingers, but like skeleton-like. Like they're not bones. They're just very like, old fingers with long, pointy nails on them, and she has a crystal ball with her.
Hmm.
And being inside the tent with your detect magic, the ball is completely for show. There's no magic coming off this crystal
Nice.
ball.
Love it. Love it.
All right. So Iturbe sits down and
That's
Is
mage
there
hand.
room for me to take a sit next to him?
uh, there's enough room for all three of you in the tent, but there's only one seat.
Can I stand behind him and lean over on his chair?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Um, and uh, Bob cast Mage Hand, you said?
Yes, I cast mage hand and I keep it low to the floor, so that way
Can't really see it at the moment.
Okay. All right. So Iturbe sits down, and immediately the first thing that she says is, "I'm glad that you all came in."
Like,
Thanks.
because we were being loud.
No, because your fates are all written.
Really?
All right. That's good to know. Like, written as in on the same page, or just out of curiosity. Huh.
No.
Written as in like suckers, because you have to pay me 10 rupees.
It says keep your rupees. Your money is no good here.
Because I'm broke.
No, you are all broken. And two of you will die very soon.
No.
Hmm.
And it's glad that I have multiple bugs around me. Because the end, they can eat me.
And one of you has a history that will impact this land for generations to come.
Hey, okay, which one is it? Am I gonna die or am I gonna be, historically like a superhero? Keep describing me in both of these.
And she looks up at you. Her eyes have no pupils, but you know that she is looking just square at, like, you for the first time get this odd sensation, like she's not just as she looks at you, she's not just looking at you, but she is in a way maintaining eye contact with you and every single bug that is currently on your body, and you get that sensation. And she says, "You know which one you are."
I still hope.
She says, "Oh, but nonetheless, all of you may ask one question that has nothing to do with what I've just told you."
Okay. I'm gonna go last.
And then she she turns to Iturbe and turns to Sebastian, and Sebastian and Iturbe goes, "Well, I simply wanted to know." And she says, "Yes, yes, she loves you. It doesn't matter though. But if you choose to pursue this, you will not live to meet a hero's end." And she turns to Sebastian.
Um, I so I look at her. I kind of meet her eyes for a moment, but then mine flicker down to Iturbe with concern, and I sigh, and I say, Um, I look very thoughtful for a second, and yeah, I'm gonna just like briefly like think back to everything that Iturbe was saying, like when outside of the girly business,
Mhm.
and I'm going to look at her, and do you want me to run this by you before I ask it, or in case it's too meta or something? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know what? Throw it in Roll20 chat.
Like after we are in like a pivotal moment, and that's
Yeah.
probably what he would ask.
Okay. Absolutely ask away.
So he looks thoughtful, and he says, "Miss Miss, I'm sorry, I did not catch your name. We are at a pivotal moment, and I'm learning brevity. So I he pauses for a second, and instead of like continuing on, and he says, my biggest curiosity now at this precipice, at this moment of change, what does the future look like for the Sheikah people, for my brethren?"
Says the Sheikah will endure. The Sheikah have a tumultuous road ahead of them. But in order to achieve greatness, great sacrifices will be made.
See, thank you. And I trace my Sheikah symbol upside down as my prayer again.
All right. And she turns to Bob and she says, and you,
Mhm.
Mr. Bugs on Bugs,
Yes.
what would you like to know?
Okay. So, I would like to know, how does B get his happy ending?
She says, you are as an aside, what to elaborate, what is B's happy ending? Because I don't want to misspeak on this.
It's Belle. He gets Belle, and they live happily ever after.
Oh, how does B's asking how does
Yeah.
Iturbe get?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
How does
Okay,
Iturbe get his happy ending?
okay. Um,
With Belle. Not without her. With her.
and the fortune teller, in answering your question, turns to Iturbe and says, if you choose to follow this path, and you will, you are going to be forever bound to your love. She
I
turns,
still don't believe this crap.
she says, I have fulfilled my bargain, and now you must go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Iturbe
Fun, dude.
seems a little bit puzzled, perturbed by this fortune. He leaves the tent not happier than when he went in.
Oh, yeah.
So, buddy, you don't meet a hero's death, and I do, apparently. How bleak.
Wait, that means, Sebastian, you're gonna survive and we're both gonna die.
I wonder if that's true. I don't. I'm not sure.
Listen,
We'll
guys.
find out.
It's been a long night.
Yep, candy apple time.
Yeah. Let's get Bob his candy apple and let's retire to the inn and drink ourselves to sleep.
That sounds excellent.
Ooh,
So he gets your candy apple, and
I eat like a third of it, and the rest of the bugs just devour the rest. Mhm.
you make your way to the inn, where it's largely fairly quiet because I mean there are a number of um outside vendors selling alcohol, so it's not like a big thing, but you know it's there's still a good number of people in there. It's just not overly packed, and um yeah, you see you know there's a number of open seats pretty much anywhere, tables, booths at the bar. Um, you know you see impas at the bar. Um, but other than that, that's really the only kind of familiar face that you can see in your immediate vicinity. So where would you like to sit?
Hey, Impa.
All right. So you all come settling up to Impa, and she is just blitzed. Like
Hey, boss.
she goes, fellow warriors,
The drinkers.
hiya,
fel-
Chief.
it is good to see you all.
Likewise. So it's good to see you're in good spirits, and having some good spirits from the looks of it.
Yes, yes, I, I feel that I may have run my mouth a little bit today.
Ooh, now that sounds like a good time. What happened?
When the king asked what I wanted, I pledged my servitude to him. And as the first act of servitude, I have to look after that little frickin' little brat, Odin's daughter. She's not even.
Oh,
She's nobody.
hell. Oh, I think B thinks she's someone.
Well, I mean, everyone's somebody, but I mean,
No, I think she's someone. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
hmm, I don't get it.
He wants to ding-a-ling-ding. Ring bells.
He wants the ring-a-ling thing. And she goes, Turbo. Listen, I gotta look after this brat. Just get something on the side somewhere else. Listen, I can't have this messed up. It's something, you know.
Um,
There's not something for us outside of war, and if we don't have nothing, then we don't have nothing, you know. So I gotta have something.
no, I mean, I feel you, Impa. I feel like, I, I don't know. I don't think Biggie would want to do anything to mess this up for you, though. I pat him on the shoulder. But I'm still like focused on Impa. Listen. I mean, I don't know much about the kid, but I have to speak to her father today. I mean, he seems all right. I mean, I don't know probably about him. What do you know about him? I guess. I mean, has she had a history of behavioral issues? What's your take on him?
She's just a kid.
Eh,
She doesn't know if freaking ass from her elbow. You know, the world is great. It's all sunshine and rainbows and rupees, and some
Till
people are
you
yeah,
just
touch hands with
got
another
that
girl.
affluenza, huh?
what? Just what?
Until you touch hands with a girl and then you're married.
I, uh, 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 no.
I have had my share of hand touching with ladies. I can tell you,
Congratulations.
I've married like 6 women as far as my I think happens, but they leave before I get to kiss them.
Listen, you can touch
Yes?
hands and kiss whoever. I don't
No, no.
care. Listen, as long as your blade is as sharp as your wits when we're on the
Good.
field,
Hmm.
we are good.
Must be sharp enough, 'cause I'm not dead yet.
Yes, and I like the 6 of you, and I trust the 6 of you.
Um, well, if we've earned your trust so far, Impa, maybe we could give you a hand with this kid. Maybe we could help you in the early stages so you can kind of get used to it a little bit. Take some of the load off the early work. I mean, it's not like
Freaking
I got anything else
brat.
to do.
How do you, how you gonna help?
Well, I mean, what do you have you do? I mean, some kind of probably teaching him something about something. I mean, if she doesn't know anything yet, then that's probably what it is. She wants to learn something other. I imagine, there's gonna be a phase, that every kid goes through where they think they want to learn how to fight, but they don't actually learn how to fight. And they just want to so, you put them through a bunch of grueling exercises, and then they stop caring about it, because it's too hard. So, and then your job gets significantly easier.
Wait, wait.
Unless of course,
I know, I know. I have an idea.
uh-huh.
She said something about a beach.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow
Hmm.
you guys can take her to the beach, and
That works.
I'll go with, but then
Hmm.
I'll go off, and I'll have like
Yeah,
a day to do stuff for me.
totally. I think you've earned that much, Impa. I think you've earned more than that even. Um, I yeah, I'd be happy to take this off your hands. If it's all the same with you.
Good, good. I think that the stupid Scott's highly. They renamed the goddamn lake. They named it after the goddamn self. They call it Lake Hylian now. Uh, we it used to mean something to our people. It used to be a sacred place, and now it's named after their little invasive goddess. So that's where we're
Hey,
going.
can I peek around the bar and see who else is around?
Yeah. I mean, there's people that there you see like a couple like Sheikah that are dressed in like various states of dress. Some are kind of wearing like light armor. Some are wearing more casual clothes. Same thing
Are
with,
there a lot of Highlands in here?
there's a number of
Sorry,
Hylians.
sorry, I shouldn't cut you off.
There, I would say there's like at least 3 fully armed Hylians, as well as like a
Gotcha.
number like some are like the villagers, some are like the Sheikah in various states of armored dress.
I get you. I get you. So yeah, I'm gonna take like if she'll let me, I'll just take one of his hands that's like not occupied by a drink. I say, listen, we we've kind of had to give up a lot, our people, and from what I gather, we'll have to give up more, but we will always endure, and I do have faith in that. We will make sure that we do what needs to be done to make sure that the meetings of our people carry on. I it's what we were promised after all.
She nods
Um,
very
hmm.
reassuringly. She's like, yes, the Sheikah will endure.
I do that thing where I trace my like holy symbol like upside down as I look at her, and I just kind of is there like a name to the energy or anything like that we kind of believe in, like anything I could call it?
It's called spirit energy.
Right. The spirit energy that has always guided us will always be here. We will It will always connect us to this world, and even if they rename it, we know what was there, what is there, and well, we will always, just as this energy flows through the world that we've lived in harmony, so too will we flow through the blood of Hyrule. We we got this. It's he just kind of you know sorry. He just kind of laughs a bit and he says, after all, it's well, it's what we were promised. So yeah.
Yes, what we were promised. Uh, and she goes, that's and she looks over at Iturbe and Bob and sees that they're drinking already. She goes, that's we gotta catch you up. That's like have everyone here. And then she like leans in so close that like you can feel like you're getting drunk off the vapors on her breath. She goes, screw up. And you feel like the weight of Impa just like she doesn't pass out, but you feel like that limp energy just like press on your body, which isn't like difficult for you, but like it might have like flattened a turbe. Uh,
uh, who's she leaning on?
you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I, I hold her like supported against me, and I pat her on the shoulder, and yeah, I'm gonna say, hey, hey, Chief, what room you staying in? We'll get you some rest.
She goes, that's over there. And this is like a 1 level in.
Oh, perfect.
It's
All right.
just like that door.
Mm, okay. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I'll just go. You got a key, Chief? I'll. Okay, so actually, what's gonna be really fun is I'm going to just like use my channel divinity.
Mhm.
Which here, let me pull that up. So my channel divinity essentially augments my athleticism. So like for a second, like I just have like this like super ripped like just like glowing like bit of muscle flesh, like for a second it's just like I flex and it just like I just like look like golden for a second,
Mhm.
like just like under my armor like there's this like little magical aura of just being ripped. Anyway, and so for the next 10 minutes, I have advantage on strength, athletics, and dexterity acrobatics checks, and I can push, carry, drag, and lift twice as much as normal, and the distance of my jumps increase by 10 feet. So basically, I'm gonna use that to like effortlessly carry her back to her room.
Nice.
And just kind of like, probably like, since I can kind of like half princess carrier with like probably one arm at this point, I will probably just see if I could search her pockets for like a key or something to make sure we're in the right room.
The door. None of the doors have any keys.
Oh, okay.
Like
Then
they're barely better than like a thatch door.
understood.
Yeah.
Then you know what, we're taking this. Well, we're taking whatever room she pointed at. Then fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll I'll set her gently down in bed. Um, and yeah, uh, yeah, sorry, just as as I kind of lay there, I pat her on the shoulder, hey, if you need anything, Chief, anything else, I'll be around, okay? Like, um, he smiles, like sincerely, he's a little bit drunk himself at this point, I imagine he's had one. And he's just like, you can place your faith in us. Just like Big E does. If there's anything you need, you come to us. And I pat her on the shoulder. And okay, so I imagine she's kind of drunk. Well, obviously, you know what I mean. But like, is there any way I could use my lay of hands, kind of like ease up any like dehydration or something that might like lead to a hangover? You know,
um.
like 'cause you kind of cure like diseases and stuff. So it's like I don't know if it would let me do that. Like, because I can cure poison and shit too.
I mean,
Um,
given like the time of day, it wouldn't really be any sort of detriment to try.
is it nighttime or like what?
Yeah, like
Okay,
it's like later on in the night. Like, you know.
gotcha. Is she like asleep enough or like?
Yeah, she's like I mean she was like teetering in and out of like consciousness. And then like
Gotcha.
the moment that like you laid her down, you could hear like the snoring.
Okay, then I'm going to I'm just gonna use lay of hands to like cure some of the alcohol poisons effect, if I
Okay,
can do that. Because I can expend some of that, and yeah, I figure this way, we'll kind of like try and fix the hangover, and like she'll sleep better with a little bit less of it in her system,
fair.
because alcohol can like wake you up and stuff when it wears off and shit, so she'll just have a better rest and better morning. So
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so while this is unfolding, um, Bob and Iturbe, how is this going? Like Iturbe does seem like a little bit like he's taken this fortune teller's prophecy to heart. Um,
Listen, B, it's just some hack who said stuff that if you want to believe, you believe. Honestly, she doesn't know where she's going anyway. And so, honestly, believe what you want to believe, love who you want to love. Be careful who you touch, because then you'll marry them. And yeah,
Because listen, Bob. We've been through a lot. We've had innumerable people threaten our lives, and that doesn't
well, it's
that does
Tuesday.
right. But to have uh you know two of our f- demises foretold in a fort, like it just hits different. And I'm like,
Oh,
I'm thinking, I was like, if I carry through with this, am I going to be responsible for the death of you and Sebastian? Like, I don't see how this all
no, she
connects.
made it seem like we're gonna die, and Sebastian will live.
Like me and you.
Yeah, we're
Uh,
dead.
I mean, is that supposed to make me feel better?
Yes?
I mean, I guess I'm happy that Sebastian's not going to die, but it's I don't know, man. I was expecting something a little bit more lighthearted. You
Telling
know,
you, you could have given me in the rupees, and I could have told you yes to everything that you were gonna say.
yeah, but
I had to talk to some weird lady in a tent
it's
with no
just
eyes.
different.
How so?
I don't know. Like, I always trust you guys. I mean, I trust you guys with my life, but sometimes you just need to hear something from someone else.
Okay,
And
give me a second. Give me a second.
I'll go run over to one of the other tables that have Sheikah.
Be like, hey, I need one of you guys to do something for me.
okay,
See the guy over there, B? Go
yeah,
tell him everything's gonna be okay, and she's gonna love him, and he'll live a happily fairy tale life. Do it for me.
all right.
He
So,
wants to hear it from someone other than me.
so this one guy gets up and he walks over to the table and he's like, "Listen, Iturbe, that guy says everything's gonna be all right, and
Standing
so
there with a thumbs up.
so everything is gonna be all right." And he goes, "You probably don't know me, but we were there when at the fight at Zora's domain. I saw what you and your friends could do. And listen, whatever's got you down shouldn't get you down." He gives him like this big giant like pat on his back that like jerks him forward, and as he catches himself, as Iturbe catches himself, and he goes, "Dude, be strong, my friend." And he walks away, and he walks back towards Bugs, and he gives him the thumbs up. He goes, "Eh,
It worked.
all right, going back to my drink."
Okay.
All right. So do you return to Iturbe?
Yes.
Well,
Uh,
no. I go and find another guy and do the same thing. So now he's heard it from two different people.
all right. Is this person Sheikah as well?
Yes. The only ones I can trust.
I think I'm at a. Oh wait, no. Okay. So you find this creepy little chica, I'm gonna say creepy, but you know, you see, he is you see this other Sheikah that you start approaching, and he's kind of like he's got this shaved head. He's got these like energy based blades that he's just kind of like flipping around and playing with. And the moment that he sees you approaching, he makes this like hand gesture, and they like dissipate in this like harmless explosion of energy, like a poof.
Hey, need your help. You be over there? Probably fought with him and us before. I just need you to go over and tell him everything's gonna be okay. Life is happy. You're gonna get with the girl that you want. You're gonna live a happy life and screw fortune tellers. Please.
Yes. Why?
Because I'll pay you to do it.
How much?
Right here, and I hold up my hand.
And what's in your hand?
Nothing. It's just an open 5. I'm just holding up my hand for like a high five. That's what I'm willing to pay.
All right. So this guy takes like fucking high fives you, and then he takes his hand and he puts it to his temple, and you just see like him kind of like straining for a moment, but like maybe like 30 to 45 seconds. He goes, there, done,
Okay.
go.
Thank you.
And then I go back to the table.
That's her like, what?
Oh, B, it's amazing. Everybody thinks that I might be right and you might be fine. And screw fortune tellers, right?
You know what? It was not the note that I wanted to end my day on. And the
Okay,
alcohol's
let
not
me just put
helping.
it this way. Anything you get for free is normally isn't free. So if you did it for free, that's a lie. You're putting torment on your own brain, and that is life.
Listen, tomorrow's a new day. Let's put today
Yes.
in the books, and we'll start fresh tomorrow.
Need a hand to bed?
Yeah, we got a beach date.
No, but do you need help getting to your room since you've been still drinking while I've been walking around?
I don't know.
So
Y-
try and stand up, and if you fall, then I'll know.
He's a little wobbly, but he looks like he can
I'll
make
help
it.
him.
You'll help him anyway.
I'll
Okay.
still help him. Yeah.
All right. So so Sebastian, you at this point, like you start to see Bob like helping Sebastian to one of the rooms.
Oh, sorry, I was just waiting for you to tell me when I finished with input. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I ask, which room, you got, Biggie? Yeah, just kind of, yeah. Uh,
And he points. It's like I'm pretty sure it's that one.
Okay.
okay.
Open the door. Pull him inside. Take off his weapon, whatever weapon it is. Tell me what weapon it is.
I believe it's a rapier.
Okay.
Hmm.
Let me give a quick double check.
And I also take off his holy symbol.
I'm sorry, it's a longsword.
Longsword.
Ooh, longsword.
I also take off his holy symbol.
Are you fishing?
Yes.
All right. Okay, I'll give you 2 more shots. There is no holy symbol.
That's all I'm going to do for that. Those were the 2 big things that I was going to do because I have an idea of what he is now.
Okay. All right. So you take off his longsword and you find no holy adornments to take off of him. So
Lay
you
him in bed and
huh?
get some water, put it next to him because he's going to be drunk in the morning, then go to my own room.
All right.
Sebastian, he's not doing well. Thinks everything's gonna end. Ugh, I hate fortune tellers.
Yeah, that was yeah. I that one was an interesting case. I feel like there's something spicier to that than I wish that there was. I'd only hope that she's like very deeply, deeply wrong, but something tells me we're not gonna have that kind of luck, which is perturbing in its own way.
No. And what is, yeah, find out tomorrow.
Sure enough. I mean, all we can do is wait for the future, right? And then we'll see if her future telling was right.
Or she's a fraud.
That too, that too. But yeah. How are you holding up, Bob? You like,
Good.
yeah, you got okay, just making sure. God, time to go to the beach tomorrow. That's gonna be fun. Um, you got any
And
business
nothing
to
bad
take care?
happens to Lake Hyrule.
Yeah, nothing. You got any business to take care of before we head to bed?
Well, if I'm gonna die tomorrow, I'd like to see if I can, find a girl to touch hands with.
True. How late is it at this point?
It's pretty late.
Okay, yeah, he's probably not going to find someone to touch hands with at this hour, unless we pay for that service. Yeah. I say, well, I hope we can find that for you, buddy. Maybe we can look for it tomorrow. Sadly, it's a little bit late. Damn,
It's
I was
fine.
hoping though. Uh.
As someone who's definitely going to be alive tomorrow.
It's fine.
Fair. Uh,
All right.
Night.
Good night. Um, I'm gonna go to my room, like arms folded behind my head. Just like thinking to myself, I want to touch hands with Impo. That's all I got.
Well, he could right now.
Gross. It's statutory.
Yeah, we're not gonna do
She was plenty
non-consensual
awake.
hand touching. Huh?
Yeah, we're not.
Already touched her hand today.
That's true. Anyway, yes, we
Bed.
yeah, I'm yeah, out. Time to be out cold.
All right. So so we all wake up the next morning. I would say that you probably slept in a little bit, and to the point that like when you have already, I would say like you are uh all kind of awoken by a um by clamoring outside the inn.
Hmm.
So is there anything you want to do before going out to investigate?
Make sure my armor's on and my weapon's available.
All right.
And then go check on the boss to make sure he is alive.
Um, as you go to check on him, you can already hear that his voice is part of the um that he's already outside.
I'm gonna go check out Nimpa. Make sure she hasn't murdered anybody yet.
All right. Impa is not in her room. Um,
Okay.
so you want to venture outside?
Yep.
Okay. So the clamoring is nothing sounding dangerous or aggressive. It's more like inquisitive. And the moment that Bob and Sebastian come out, you hear Impa go, "Ah, there's the rest of the escorting party."
Ah, yes.
And
Apologies.
out in the general vicinity, you see Impa, Iturbe, Bell, and Odin.
Mm.
And so she turns to Odin and she goes, "See, we're just simply going to have a nice, relaxing day at Lake Hylia to open up, uh, the thoughtfulness, maybe do some scenery painting, a little bit of light reading, and just have an overall relaxing day. And as I'm sure you've met these two gentlemen before, your daughter will be in more than capable hands." And Odin goes, "Well,
I do my polite
Legs.
bow again.
what was that?
Legs.
Like,
I do
Motion
my
to all
polite
my
bow again.
friends
oh."
floating around me.
And Odin goes,
And I do my polite bow again, but I'm silent this time.
nice. And Odin goes, "Yes, I can clearly see that you've put forth the effort to make sure that my daughter's well taken care of, but this still does feel just a tad bit unorthodox. But what do I know? I'm just an old man." Um, so actually, I am
I eh, uh,
I'm going to
if it's
preface this.
oh sorry.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I'm going to. Both you guys give me perception checks at disadvantage.
Okay.
20. 30, 20.
Damn.
What my class is good for. Perception.
Freaking A.
5.
Okay. So, at some point last night, Bob, you are awoken by the sound of what you can very easily tell is a Turbe sneaking out of his room. Is there anything that you would like to do to react to that? You can simply make a mental note. You can view for as long as you want. You can attempt to follow to see what's going on.
No, I'm gonna go with the same thing that I thought last night. Let him have his fun, because if we're gonna die today, we're gonna die today.
All right. Um, okay. So now we go back to the current moment, where we're getting ready to travel to Lake Hylia. So the party departs. They leave the city of Hyrule, and when you get about halfway out, let's say in the area where Lon Ranch would be, but is not currently.
We start cutting grass, and it takes another 12 days.
No, Impa's like, Impa's let you know, she's like, "Listen, this is where I'm going to depart from you guys. This is where I need to go take care of some things, and we'll meet you back here in what do you say, like late afternoon?" Late afternoon.
Okay.
And
Oh, sorry.
yeah, no, you go.
Uh, I was just going to say, it just sounds good, Impa. Glad to see you're nice and well rested.
Yeah, I feel surprisingly good, which is good because it's gonna be a long day.
True.
And she just like
A
takes
long,
off.
long day.
She takes off in a northwestern direction.
Okay.
So you continue on to Lake Hylia. Let me get rid of 10 and all right.
She was drunk enough that she doesn't remember that. Am I correct?
Yeah, she's
Fuck.
completely, you know, largely oblivious to how she could feel so good after knowing how much she.
Valid.
Yeah.
Valid. Just fair enough.
All right. So you come to Lake Hylia and
Right. Oh. Wow.
there you go. Okay. So you come to the sprawling
Strangely
beach
beautiful.
with a with I mean you guys being Sheikah are largely familiar with the area. You're familiar with this beach and how it simply feels. As Impa has stated, that there does seem to, even before the arrival of the Hylians, there was something kind of extra magical about this place. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the man-made dock has been there for a long time and has been well kept by the Sheikah even before the arrival of the Hylians. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes out fairly deep. So the moment that you guys arrive, immediately Iturbe and Bell run off together.
Of course.
Yeah, just completely lost in each other, lost in the moment. They're running down the beach barefoot. They're splashing each other in shallow waves on the shore. You can hear them, laughing and just having a grand old time with each other. Um, you know, rolling around in the sand on like in the wake of the waves. Um, so what are you guys doing?
Um. Honestly, I really like. I don't know. I feel like at this point it is genuinely my duty to keep a watchful eye over the affairs of Iturbe and the and Bell. So yeah. I don't know.
What
I
I
guess I
do.
would just. What's up?
I yell out, "Yeah, Elton's here. He wants to talk to you." Let's see what happens.
They pause for a moment as their eyes dart further up the shoreline.
I just wave.
Very quickly realize that they have fallen victim to a very quick prank, and and then they start making their way down the docks. And so at this point, I'm going to narrate what happens on the dock, as it is a very long dock, and it is out of earshot of Sebastian and Bob. So as
But I was trying to watch over them. Like I was trying to follow them around if they
oh,
were
like that close?
like honestly, kind of yeah.
Oh,
Like I know I know this is probably not their favorite thing, but it's like I'm taking this very seriously because it's the boss, sure, but it's also like this other kid who's like basically royalty. So it's like if you just like cut to like the background corner, there's like just like Sebastian with like his arms folded like in the corner of every picture of the montage.
okay. Um, though I will say like
I don't have to hear everything, but like
yeah,
I just I want to just make sure that they're not doing anything too stupid. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Like, you don't have to like tell me exactly what they're saying, but I just want to make it clear that I am like watching them in case, sea goblins attack or whatever.
Okay. So yeah, I would say like y- in terms of the dock, it would say like you remain like halfway down, like close enough to react, but not far, but not close enough to hear.
Sure, I'll take that.
Okay.
Yeah, he would probably appreciate me not eavesdropping on his conversations anyway.
Right.
I imagine if I was there, he'd tell me to get bent. So I'll do him that politeness by not inciting that the need to say that. So
All right. So so what happens is Iturbe and Bell are talking, and you can see them kind of like so there's like you, them, and then like the sun in behind them. So you get like the rays that are kind of shining off of Lake Hylia, and you can see that there's something in Iturbe's hand, and he puts it around Bell's neck, and then you see them uh, embrace and kiss, and that is like what Sebastian sees. So what
oh,
actually yeah so what actually happens is Iturbe is talking to Bell, and he says, "Listen, um, I went to the fortune teller last night, and um, it's probably nothing, but I got a little spooked. I got a really weird fortune. I'm not entirely sure what to make of it, but I feel like there might be some truth to it. So um, I made you this necklace, and um, if something were to happen to me," and she interrupts, and she goes, "No, don't talk like that." And he goes, "No, but seriously, if something were to happen to me, if I'm in danger, odds are you're in danger too. So this will help you." Um, and at that point, that's when he puts it around her neck, and then they embrace and kiss. So as they make their way back to back towards Sebastian, as they're coming back towards in the direction of heading towards the beach, Sebastian, you see the new necklace on Belle. Um, it's it's like a very nice and tasteful necklace. If it fits her style and status, if it wasn't something that you didn't watch get put on. And I know what you're thinking, and I'll let you know. No, that's not the case. Um, but as you put as you notice the necklace, if you hadn't witnessed it, it wouldn't look like it's out of place. It looks like it flows
yeah,
naturally with her wardrobe.
nice. Um, so wait, did they address me at all, or like,
Well,
I forget.
they're just kind of like approaching, like they're like holding hands, and the hands are kind of like swinging back and forth. And
Okay, I'll let them. Since they're approaching me slowly, I'm gonna try that detect magic again. I'm just gonna like do a little prayer because I want to see. I want to see if it's magical. I'm not gonna lie.
okay, uh, give me a quick sec, and I will tell you what kind of magic. It is illusion magic.
Okay, cool. Nice.
All right, and so yeah, as I approach,
Yeah, I'll just kind of wave him down. Like, hey, all right, you two kids have a nice time.
yeah, but I feel like Iturbe says, I feel like it's getting a little late, and we probably shouldn't. We should probably get ready to start meeting Impa.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
if we don't get there, it's not safe to loiter in in the fields, even midday.
I feel you. Um, he just kind of like looks thoughtful for a second. He goes, "Yeah, we should probably get back to Impa, but just so we're a little bit clear, what is it that I'm under the impression there's supposed to be like some learning and like going on here. Uh, do you mind if I ask what you maybe learned for the day? You know,
Oh,
get all these stories straight. Better than we know now than like walk out unprepared. Then Pops asks you like, so what did you have a good day doing today? And you have to like make something up on the spot, and then everything goes to hell.
yeah. Well, let's you know what? Let's figure it out as we make our way back to Impa. I mean, I don't have a painting.
Why don't you scamper up some seashells? Say I learned a little bit about some of the local flora or fauna. Like I'm sure. Hey Bob, you know a thing or two about crabs and such? They're basically sea bugs.
You can see. Normally they just scuttle around and I just shoot them with arrows.
Oh, fair. You don't know anything about the species or anything like that? Maybe teach them hermit crabs, how they like
I
different
can
shells and such.
try a check if you want.
Sure. I think I'd appreciate that, to be honest. I feel like just like it's like a little like just low energy trip to the beach. Like learn a couple things, add some education, just as like a get to know each other sort of thing.
What would you like me to roll, Puck, to see what I know?
um, nature.
Sure. That's a 10.
They have legs and they have little clawy things.
Fair enough. Appreciate it though, Chief. I really do. All right. Why don't we collect
Good
some
boiled.
shells? Ooh, sure. True. Ooh, that is a thing. Okay, we could potentially learn that. And then if you don't mind, why don't we just take a couple minutes? We gather up some shells. Say you didn't learn to paint them, but you learned how to make pretty things with them. I know, maybe you're a little old for that, but it's just, maybe you just had a fun day. You got to know Impa. She was nice to you. All was well and good, and we kept you safe. Does that sound good to you, kiddo?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Nice.
I also teach
Righteous.
you how to sharpen them and make them into arrowheads.
Ah, that's cool.
Um, I don't know if he wants me playing with arrowheads.
True.
Yeah.
Maybe we save that for next time, or once we figure out more what the other type of how you say curriculum might be. Yeah. So for
Yes,
now,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
pretty things, shells, artwork, kindness, info, fantastic, brevity. Yeah. So, sorry about that though. Yeah. Do we need to roll anything? Gather anything in particular? Just kind of gather up some pretty ones.
Yeah, I'd say just take a quick moment to gather up some stuff. Not that hard to do. It's not like you're like traversing into the water to get it. It's just kind of like stuff that's on, that's kind of like washed up on the beach. Um, and yeah, so you um you start to make your way back to the uh the open fielded area where you and Impa had scheduled to meet. and you get there before, like you arrive first. So when you arrive, like she's not there.
Mhm.
Guess we wait.
And you do wait, and it starts to get a little potentially alarming. It goes from mid-afternoon to late afternoon. And then you see Impa coming in the distance from a
She is.
from the northwestern direction that she had departed from when she broke off with you guys. So she comes up and you know she goes, "Oh, thank goodness! I'm glad you're all safe."
Um,
Why wouldn't we be?
Oh, I got a little held up, and I got here as quick as I can.
I would like to tease her with a like, well, at least this time I won't have to, burn any alcohol off you with lay of hands this time. I'm just glad to see you're doing okay today.
And she at first looks a little puzzled, but then like pieces it together. It's like, oh, that makes sense.
He grins and just snickers. It's it's one of the it's an old trick. I learned that one a while ago. Alcohol is technically poison, so works out.
All right, so she goes,
Your
listen,
liver will thank you. Trust me.
well, that's good to know, and I have now learned that myself. Not that I can help, but it's good to know if I'm ever in the presence of fellow pallies like yourself.
I'd
So,
be willing to give you a hand if I got left. But yeah, so how'd everything go? Just to keep you on the same page, we didn't know, just to give her something, we talked a little bit about, we collected some shells, talked about painting them, a little bit about hermit crabs and such, moving into different shells and stuff. Nothing too educational, but I figured, we just say you guys got to know each other a little bit, got to, you guys are friendly enough and built a bit of a rapport. I know that you didn't. We're gonna say that you did. And he chuckles.
well, I do appreciate the assistance.
Anytime.
And she turns to Iturbe Belt. She said, and I trust that your getaway was well spent as well. And they kind of like lean into each other in a very affectionate way as Belle kind of like wraps her arms around around one of Iturbe's arms and just kind of leans into him with this just radiant smile on her face. She goes, well,
Aw.
let's head back. Um, well, let's no point in wasting daylight. So as you make your journey back to the city of Hyrule, you see on like the front gate of the city that there is what appears to be an ordnance posted. It's on both ends of both sides of the open gate, and even still, as you look further on into the town, it's very thoroughly posted throughout the city.
What
Hmm.
does it say?
Now he's playing a
It's
character that can read. That's so ominous.
it is it says welcome and congratulations to our fellow brethren Sheikah. In an attempt to further strengthen the cultural bonds between us, Sheikah residents of the city of Hyrule are strongly permitted to take a re-education class to help them assimilate into Hylian culture.
My face scrunches up so much that I like almost am horizontally faced as I like read one of the posters.
Mhm.
Um, um, and I look over at Impa and I go, appear to have temporarily lost my ability to read somehow. Does this make any sense to you, Chief?
And she looks at it and, studies it a bit, and she goes, "Well, I mean, yeah. It looks to me like it is what it says. They want they had promised that the Sheikah would be, welcomed into Hylian culture after the war, and it appears that's what this is. An opportunity to learn about Hylian culture.
I
Why
guess
don't
that's
they learn
true.
about us?
Well, we know our culture.
Do they?
Well,
Listen, do we want them to?
yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I I don't know if they come here barging in and renaming our lakes. I don't even want to know what they'd do if they learned half of the actual, important stuff.
Exactly. We are a very secretive race of people, and our business is not their business. If they want to kind of ease the tensions that have been brewing, ever since the war has calmed down, then maybe it would be beneficial if we went along with this, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it never hurts to, learn a few new things, and yeah, I mean, the boss man has been all right so far, so why not, right? Maybe, um, he he does that thing, where he like you know, starts at the
Mhm.
starts at the top and then or starts at the bottom and traces his symbol up his head. As well. Um, at least my fortune said we were gonna have to make some sacrifices, and I guess sitting in a few classes ain't the worst of it.
Exactly. It's a little extra help in bringing in bringing our cultures together might not be such a bad idea. But what would,
Really.
more likely be a bad idea is if uh, we didn't comply.
Yeah, I mean, I
So
mean that's true too.
it's a threat.
No, no,
She just said we have to basically accept it.
Well, I'm saying that tensions in this post-war era are a little uh, volatile, and um, you know, I think that we could on one hand we could probably learn a bit from these Hylians, and maybe if we uh you know give them a little when it's time to take, we will be in a better position to do so.
Yeah, yeah, I think you might be right, but I definitely hope you are. But I'm on your side with this. Yeah. Plus, he he smiles and he gestures between Biggie and Bell, and he's like, plus, I imagine if for nothing else, it's very important that our boss man learns about some Hylian culture. Yeah, it's
And he like throws his arm around Bella, like around her neck, and like rings her in, and he goes, "I got all of the Hylian culture I need right here."
cute.
Oh wait, no, they wouldn't be doing that.
No,
Fair.
I'm
They would
like,
no, because
A
they're like,
little public for that, huh?
yeah, they're in the city limits now. So he kind of like he says the same thing he says, but he like shoots her a wink and a little like, and she blushes. There we go.
Oh,
All right. And Belle kind of like corroborates what Impa says. She goes, yeah, I mean, if, I really feel like they have like everyone's best interest at heart with this, and we are very different cultures, and we could stand to learn something from one another, and um, that the king can't make you. The king can't force you to share your culture with us, but we can be open and transparent with the Sheikah, and that is the beginning of building bridges.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I I think there's a lot of loose material laying around now that things got torn down. It's better that we use it to build bridges than anything else.
Exactly.
Maybe it's better that we repair what was lost in these times. Everybody's kind of been through enough. There's no sense starting more conflict. Just we just have to, yeah, I mean, we follow along, and we just have to trust, right? I mean, what else can you do? I mean,
Right. I mean,
just
like they literally decided. Wait, who's going? Okay, Impa would be saying this. Um, Impa said she goes, listen, they literally um chose to build the city so close to our sacred temple that it shows that they care. It shows that they have an interest in our culture and things that we hold sacred and dear.
oh man.
mhm.
Yeah, he nods. He says, "Yeah, that's true. I mean, it looks like it's already in a fairly esteemed position, which is an honor in its own right. It's good. It's good. They're gonna take good care of it, I think. And I mean, I'm sure he ruffles. Well, no, actually, uh, he I was gonna say ruffles Biggie's hair, but I don't know that he'd do that for this one. We know he is gonna say, I think he's gonna say, "Hmm, He's gonna chime in with, plus, I mean, hell, Impa, they know what you're capable of, so I know at the very least the last thing they'd want to do is make you mad. So if you're in on it, then I know I am too. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, honestly?
Exactly. And at this point, Odin comes riding up on his horse. And he goes, "Ah, back so soon. I was honestly not expecting your return until dusk." Uh,
Oh, uh, sorry. Yeah, I just chime in. Well, we um, I guess we just wanted to make sure everything was safe, sir. So we just just figured we'd escort her back before things got dark, just to make sure the first day was easy and such.
that sounds like excellent thinking.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Yeah. It was it was Impa's idea to make sure that the before any darkness or anything came on, just she's been working very hard to keep her safe, so we all have. uh yeah. He gives a salute and stops talking there.
He goes, well put and succinct, my friend.
Thank you,
Fully.
sir.
Uh, because since I found you here, and he like gestures for like Bell to like come to him, and he says, the king has requested Impa's presence. Um, so unfortunately, I must take her from you for the moment. But I'm sure once everything is done, if you guys meet up again, you're welcome to do so. But she has requested a presence with the king.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
Best of luck to you all.
Of course. All right. So Impa, Odin, and Bell depart and head towards the. Well, I'm hesitant to call it a throne room. I'm definitely not calling it a castle. I'll call it the king's tent. Yeah. Um. So yeah. Iturbe is now simply like beaming. The events of yesterday have seemed to been completely pushed out of his mind, and he is just floating. He puts a hand on each of your shoulders and he goes, "See, guys, I told you there was nothing to worry about."
I guess you're right, Biggie. I'm just glad you guys are safe.
Uh, what do you say we walk around and see what's going on with this ordinance?
Good to me.
Yeah.
All right. So you walk around the town and you see that some things are um nothing really drastically different from how you met it. From how you left it. I'm sorry. Um, there are certain kind of like there's uh an open outdoor classroom that has kind of like sprung up. Um, and if you hang around that for a bit, it's and listen in, you can what it basically equates to like historians talking about um what little history the Hylians have. It's honestly not you know what? I'd be hesitant to even call it like a history class, and more like um, a class talking about an objective. They talk about how the Hylians have a destiny to uh, be the dominant. They don't say ruling, but the a softer word for ruling.
Troll.
They say that
Rulership.
that the Hylians have come to help educate the land and bring up the other races, and there is in this rhetoric there is a fair amount of demonizing of both the Zora and the Goron, saying that it was because of them that this was like a war-torn country, and if it wasn't for the Hylians, that so many more people would have died. And you know, you do notice that being in the war yourself, they are really kind of rewriting it to make themselves like the sole hero of these endeavors. If the Sheikah are ever mentioned in any of these passages, it's kind of like as a footnote where they're like, and the Sheikah helped, and like that was the end of it. So it's almost like they're like forced to incorporate these small bits of wording to give the Sheikah as little credit as possible in this endeavor.
As my oath is literally for glory, this irks me.
Yes. They talk about settling and opening up trade routes. They talk about this new concept called the Adventurers Guild that's going to create a situation where all the different races can come together and help each other out through the Adventurers Guild. They make it sound very nice and wonderful and very progressive. Um,
The
it
sad thing is, on surface, it sounds great, but I know in practice it's horrible.
right
But you know,
yeah, definitely leaving at least a sour taste in your mouth, like what they're doing, especially with like the lack of credit, and like you are at least definitely both of you picking up on a few kind of choice sugar-coated words. Um, so my question with this is, how long do you stay and listen to this?
I don't. I fuck off somewhere else with Biggie, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, wherever it is that he's going, like I have about 5 minutes of like not having that, like not being acknowledged in me before I go deal with somebody else.
Sounds good.
So yeah. How's Biggie taking it? What's he up to?
He largely appears oblivious to it. Like he just kind of like he's not listening into it. He's just kind of like,
Naivete.
yeah,
Listening to that
he's
heart in his chest.
lost in his own world. Like his mind is completely somewhere else. Um, you can see like he's just literally counting the moments until the next time he can see Belle. Like you have never seen him like this. Um, he is um like, I mean, you've seen him with like a number of women in the past, like in various forms of involvement, and but you've never seen him like this hooked on anybody before. Like you look in his eyes and you're like, oh, like this looks like somebody who's like ready to settle down. Like
I
his days of warring and adventure might be over.
I don't look at the Iturbe. And at first, like, as he walks, I'm gonna tease him a bit. I'm gonna put my, like, I wave my hand like back and forth in front of his face. Like, not like, obnoxiously, like, not super close, but just like, I like walk a couple steps ahead of him, and just to like get his attention.
Mhm.
It's like, hey, lover boy,
Uh,
um,
mm,
you doing okay? Like, I gotta ask, buddy, like, you got some time in. She on the same page as you, buddy? Cause you're looking kinda down pretty bad, my man.
I don't feel down. It's listen. Today's been a good day. I feel good.
You're um you that's how it goes, lover boy. But listen, it's have you you get to talk with lover girl? Like, how's she doing? What's she been telling you?
You you know. Listen, she's crazy about me. We're gonna you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna have some Sheilian babies. That's what we're gonna do. Get it? Like Sheikah and Hylian, some Sheilian
Oh
babies.
God,
Yep,
nice.
that's what we're gonna do.
Good for you, kiddo. Good for you.
Uh,
Um,
you know what? I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna go talk to her
mhm.
dad. I really I think that Bob and you are right. You know, like this skulking around. Like I think that we should be done with that.
Now I'm gonna give you a word of advice, and that is that you are not like when it comes to him. Please understand, you are not done skulking around. You are having gotten to know each other a little bit. You would like to see more of her, and you are asking for his permission to do so. Understood?
So like take it slow. Like don't play my hand. I should
I'm
just
not saying take it slow with her. I'm saying take it slow with him, buddy.
yeah like
Because
like
if he
like
finds
downplay
out
it.
you okay, yeah, because if he finds out you guys have been planning babies already, it's gonna be your ass, and I don't mean that in like a fun kind of way.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Like, you're gonna have yeah. So just like but be. I mean, listen, Biggie. You want this. You clearly want this. So why don't you why don't you just ask? And not like beforehand with the king and the stuff when you didn't really ask anything. Just be nice about it. And yeah, just treat him with respect. But obviously, he's to some degree, our superior. But understand that well, the one thing, if he can see that you make her happy, I think that will make him happy. So even if you need to plan that with her before you tell him, I think it's still worth a shot. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yes,
he
yeah, that makes sense.
oh, so yeah, he doesn't seem to have anything against you or us or anything like that. So, and that's saying something because I made an unfortunate first impression, but he seems to be quite graceful despite that. And yet, and I have absolute faith that you can persuade him to see reason. You just have to understand what it is that you're doing one step at a time.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
That's how we are for each other. We look out for each other. When one of us has a head that's maybe not that level, we even each other out.
But and it looks like I actually I'm gonna smile and pat him on the back. Big E, you talking about the three of us, or are you talking about you and your girlie? Because seems like the latter is starting to work. Yeah, I think this could be a good thing for you.
Well, I do. I think that my days of adventuring might
Mhm.
I might be getting ready for a different kind of adventure.
Mm. The Adventure of Peace. No, that's a new one. Didn't think I'd be seeing you go there, kiddo. But hey, good for you. That's what everyone should want in the end, to be honest. Wow.
She has a. What about you, Bob? What's your take on this?
I have been listening to the role that they're talking about. Not, Big E in them, but the droll that the Hylians are talking about. And in the time that you've had that conversation, I've probably gotten myself thrown out.
All right. So as Iturbe turns to ask Bob for his, he goes, "Where's Bob?"
uh, uh, huh? Yeah, I paused to look around.
I've been the whole time raising his hands to ask stupid questions. Just be like, so, how does this affect us? And then they'll be like, blah, 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 blah. But how does this actually affect us? And blah, 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 blah. Okay, so how does this actually affect us? Blah, 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 blah. And it's the same question until they just tell me to get the hell out.
Fair. All right. So in realizing that when we look for Bob, we start to realize that that like it the baseline insect sound that generally companies have is not in, excuse me, the general vicinity. So Turbe turns to Sebastian. It's like, maybe we should go look for Bob.
Sounds like a great idea. Yeah, I really, uh, yeah. Let's do that now.
All right. So they venture away, and where would Bob have gotten to? Like, is he just like kind of strolling around, or is he looking for something specific after he got kicked out?
I'm kind of strolling around. Any of those little flyers, I'm kind of just accidentally, oops, they fell on the ground.
Uh-huh.
All right. So Sebastian and Iturbe are able to find Bob by the trail of torn down flyers.
Nice.
And and yeah, so Iturbe's like, you okay, Bob? We didn't notice you left.
They asked me to leave.
Listen, like we know we've been asked to leave
Mm.
plenty of places before. Usually when we're called sir, it's accompanied by you're making a scene. That's not anything
This
strange
was
for us.
more like, get the hell out before we arrest you,
Oh,
type of thing.
well, damn! You must have been doing a good job.
Did my best.
Pissed him off something royal. Ah,
If I was royal, then I would surely be pissing them off, but I'm not royalty.
well, excuse me. Well, I mean, quite honestly, I don't know what to do for the rest of the day. We've Bell left. Impa's gone.
Train, shoot some arrows.
Hmm?
Go train, shoot some arrows.
That sounds like a good idea. So,
Yeah, sounds like fun.
yeah. So they go to like the corner um of Hyrule City where there is just like a small training area. There's like, a couple people that are just kind of um sparring with swords. There's a couple of, you know, painted hay bales with targets on them. There's a couple of straw and stuffed dummies that, can take various weapon attacks. And yeah, I mean, to you guys, this is like a playground. I would imagine you just kind of go from like station to station, just like bullshitting the whole thing. Like,
Destroying.
yeah, you get like a bullseye, and you're like, ha, take that, Zoran. And then like you pick up like a big hammer and like smash the freaking maybe there's just like a boulder off to the side. You like hit it with like the adjacent warhammer, and you're like, ah, that brings back memories too. So like this whole time, like it really just kind of like takes the focus off of like a lot of things. But eventually the excitement of playing on the playground subsides with the Iturbe. And he goes, you know what? I'm putting it off at this point. I'm stalling.
Mhm.
At
least it was fun stalling.
It was. It was fun. I had I have a blast with you guys, and you know, I want you guys to know that if you know, even if things change, nothing's gonna change.
USB.
I don't know what that means.
If I if I give up my life of adventuring and traveling and warring, that things aren't gonna change between us.
Anyway, you're gonna have a kid and we won't.
Listen, you guys are gonna have kids too. You'll find people to have kids with. It might even be on purpose. But like, Bob, you could maybe find a nice little brood somewhere. You know, I don't. Listen. If there's one thing that I've learned, throughout this whole thing, it's that you know things figure themselves out. We have a way. Things just work. So, I'm gonna go talk to Odin.
You want like backup?
No, I think that might be it might I
Overkill?
appreciate it, but it might make me like weak. Like I need to do this myself.
Okay. Got your
But
armor on. Got your sword.
no, listen. I'm a nice little charmer. I have a
Okay.
I'm a very persuasive person. And I got my confidence back. I got this.
All right. All right. Tell you what. Will you at least let me a little less kind of escort you there?
All right, but not within eyesight. Like maybe
Okay,
like
that's fine.
a couple of houses down.
Sure.
All right, and then I'll come and I'll tell you guys everything.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll afterwards I'll meet you at the inn. How's that?
All right.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. So you all start walking, and the whole time he's just gushing about Belle. He's just like he's talking about this is going to be like a pivotal point in what changes his life.
Oh, poor kid.
It's like, well, I think this is it.
Yeah.
Mm.
You want like a ladybug or two to give to him?
I don't think he likes bugs.
Oh, you shouldn't marry her then.
He well, I mean, you saw what happened when. Oh wait, Iturbe didn't see that.
Yeah.
Haha. Okay. But he's just like, yeah, maybe we should leave the bugs out of this.
I always think they're
Um,
good luck, but
I don't know if it'll stick, but I just want to pat him on the shoulder and give him guidance. Gods be with you, kiddo.
All right. So thanks you. He has this big, giant, radiant look of giddiness on his face. As, he tries to like maintain composure as he walks to um to Odin's residence, and you're close enough that you see him walk up. You can hear him knocking on the door, and he straightens his posture up extra good, and you hear the door open, and you can hear Odin. It's like, oh, it's Herbe. A surprise? Says
look
yes.
at Sebastian and go 10 rupees on the fact that he doesn't even make it through the door.
Mm, yeah. Do I have 10 rupees? Let me check.
I'm broke, so that's why I'm hoping.
I think I'm also broke. I did not.
I think you
That's
both have.
perfect.
I think you both have at least 10 rupees because of your backgrounds.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I was just gonna do it as you owe me.
Yeah.
But,
Actually, it's usually 10 gold, which would put you at like 100 rupees. Unless,
Yeah, sure. I'll owe you. Yeah, I'll take it. I got a little bit of faith in the kid.
yeah.
Yeah.
See,
so you hear Turbe says, it's like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Odin, but I have something pressing that I would like to talk to you about. So of course, come on in. And he steps in, and you hear the door close.
Got him.
okay, so I owe you because I don't have any money at the moment.
Don't worry about it, buddy. I apparently misplaced my wallet. My pockets are empty as hell.
Well, double or nothing. He comes out within 10 minutes.
Nah, not taking that one. I think you're right.
So he comes out in. You know what?
And it's at 58 seconds.
Let me do a roll on this.
Huh.
17 minutes.
Never lost again.
So he's in there for a bit. He's in there for a bit, and he comes out, and
Who's got guidance? Can't tell you.
he as he starts like walking to you guys, he gives like a really kind of like energetic but like subtle thumbs up, and he goes, and he's like, so he mostly said yes.
Mostly?
You didn't ask, did you?
Well, I did, but
Mhm.
How did you ask?
well, we talked, and I told him that
Did you say the words? I like your daughter. I want her to be hand buddies.
no, I told her that I
Mm.
have you know, that her daughter, his daughter is a very beautiful Hylian woman, and that I feel that I have um a good bit to offer, as you know, my reputation is well known in the community, and I think that um you know, my interests and aligns my interests and intentions um align very much with his, and I feel like that that there's nobody better in this city who would make a good um potential suitor for Belle, and he largely agreed. Just one small thing.
A good what for?
What's that?
Yeah, you said a good what for Bell? You cut out for a second.
Oh, that that
Really
that
stuck it out.
that I am a good match for Belle, and that I'm largely a good match for Belle, and there's just one
Well,
small
mash.
match, like yeah,
Okay.
and that I need to I
Sorry,
just
my internet's going bad.
mine or yours? Am I coming through okay?
Mine.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Okay. Um, so he said all in order to get his blessing, the only thing that I need to do, and it's not a huge thing, is I need to um take that re-education class.
oh.
See,
Um.
it's not bad.
Yeah. Hmm. Fair enough. Hey, that's not too bad, kiddo. I'm glad that you're in. You know what? Good for you. Hey, what matters is that you guys are happy.
That's right. I mean, she's Hylian, so I really should be understanding her culture anyway.
No, I mean that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Yeah. And, you know, over time, if she wants to learn about, you know, the Sheikah, then she can. I don't know why she wouldn't, but, you know, if this is what it takes for her father to approve, then it seems like a small price to pay. In
Well,
fact,
hey.
he's willing to teach me. He's willing to get me into a private class tonight.
Oh wow, where's that?
He told me to meet him at the house, and that we'd go together.
Oh. Huh. Because I'm not gonna lie, I would have been interested to potentially join myself. Just because you know, I mean, if we're gonna take it, I mean, I would have loved to take it alongside you, to be honest.
You know what? I didn't think of that.
Okay, I'm good.
You want me to go ask him?
'Cause-
I mean, I don't know why he'd say no. That would be weird.
Yeah.
Bastion.
Wait, what?
It's up to Bastion. 'Cause I'm good without a class. As I reach up and take another one of the posters off the wall, blow my nose in it, and throw it on the ground.
Well, hmm. What kind of feeling do I get about this?
Um, you
Like,
know,
you know,
honestly,
do I think I should just let him be?
like this is um
Because it seems a little bit personal.
give give me an insight, and I'll insight you into like his perception on the matter, because that's like
That works for me.
yeah,
That's kind of what I'm looking for.
yeah.
Okay. 15 even.
Okay. So Iturbe doesn't feel that you should be excluded. He just got so wrapped up in the moment that in a way he starts to feel embarrassed that he didn't ask if you and Bob could come. So he is very being the good friend, he is very eager to go back. He's in fact he's listen, I could take you and we can go ask Oten together if if he's okay giving it to you as well. It's not a problem at all.
Oh,
It's just an oversight.
Could I take a minute to think? Because I don't want to barge in on something that might be personal. Maybe he gets to teach you something proper, but yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe you should go to the first session by yourself, so you can get a feel for it. Because obviously, it's a special class, so he's probably counting on you. And
Mhm.
then, maybe at the end, why don't you ask, if you're happy with what you've learned, and they seem to, maybe ask if I could join you on the next one.
Yeah,
Does that sound okay? Because I'd like to support you through this. I mean, obviously, you guys are going through a lot, so.
you know what, that works. I see no flaws in that logic. So it doesn't seem like this class is something that is in any ways mandatory or time sensitive. So
Yeah.
it'll also be good to get some one-on-one time with Oten. Um,
Exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking once I, realized after I opened my mouth, I was like, you should really get to know her pops a little bit because, especially if he's gonna take the time to put you through the special class anyway, it's good that you get some proper learning time from him and such. I think that's a good idea. But again, I just want to really support you through all this in any way that I can.
yeah,
So I'll be around if you need anything. Okay, buddy.
absolutely. In fact, you know what? Why don't we go and I have maybe 2 hours before I gotta meet him. Why don't we go have a little something, take the nerves off, bullshit a bit, and then I'll go and I'll meet you guys in the morning.
Sounds good, buddy. Sounds good to me.
All right. So they go back to the inn and they sit down and uh they have a little bit of fun and do more war storytelling, and you know they make fun of him a little bit, and they make fun of the word Hylian.
Nothing too shy about you, kiddo.
and all in all, you just you have a good 2 hours, and then he's like, listen, I gotta get going, um, but
Mhm, mhm.
I'll see you guys later tonight.
Okay,
Hey,
okay. Here, give me 1 sec. I want to see if there's any helpful spell I can cast on him.
Okay.
Uh, and nope, there's no way I can help him. Damn. Yeah. I yeah. I cast guidance, but not in a meaningful way, just in a for the gesture kind of way. Like God's be with you.
Mhm.
It's like a, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll I wish you the best. Um. hmm,
Thanks. And he goes, Sebastian, Bob, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
mm, See ya.
All right. He you know takes off and heads down into the city towards Oten's house. And yeah, so you know what? I would say that you guys probably have um at this point roughly 3 hours of time to kill before we comfortably turn in for the night.
Okay. What do you got your eye on anything, Bob? I don't know. What's your take on all this? I know you're not having a good time with the classes, but I just want to support the kid, you know? I don't know. It's all kind
Understand.
of, yeah.
It's
It
just
does leave a bad taste in the mouth, doesn't it?
it's like we have to become them or else.
Yeah.
Kind of not like a generalized, just like here's some rules. It's become us or not.
I see what you mean. I know history was written by the victors, but this is going a bit different than
I
what
thought
I
history
think.
was written in books.
Yeah, but by the victors.
I thought they had someone watching and just like writing as they went.
If only. That would be the job I'd want on a battlefield. Shit. You guy just has to, write. They'll ferry him around in the background, you know. And he just observes. Ugh.
So, oh, so out of the 3 hours, how much time do you spend, like in the actual in itself? I mean, it can
Say
be
all of it. It's not
okay.
like we have any
Yeah.
place to go.
Okay, perfectly.
Yeah, really.
Listen, you might want to go, lawn tipping, or
Nah.
the world
No.
is your oyster.
Mm, mm, mm.
All right, so
Uh,
um,
unless there is some, the thing is, now that the festivals are over, I've lost my only opportunity to potentially challenge someone to a strongman competition with my channel divinity. So I got nothing.
well,
Still do it in the bar.
True.
yeah,
Well, we'll do that later. I wanna. Well, actually, yeah, you say about 2 hours, right?
yeah.
Okay. So it's challenge, it's short wrestling. Fuck, it's been so long. Uh, sorry, 1 second. No, channel division is a long rest thing. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm not gonna burn it then. I'm just gonna fuck around. Just basically just have a couple of drinks on Impa's tab,
All right.
or I guess Big E's tab at this point. But yeah, he's
Funny you should mention. So, okay, so as you're going to spend the entire 3 hours there, at the 2 of 3 hour mark, I'm going to have you make. How are you really itching for that strong man test?
um. I don't want to burn my channel divinity, so I guess maybe I don't know. It sounds kind of fun, but I don't know. What do you got in mind? I would probably just react to the scenario rather than seek anything out. You know what I mean?
I mean,
I don't think
honestly,
he's
like, so what it is, I have something in mind, but like, y- how I present this is going to be um dictated by what your intentions are, like what your goal is in this moment.
all right. Honestly, I'm just trying to I just want a friendly competition. Like I just arm wrestle with people or something for fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so
That's
so
that's probably the type of thing that I do. Not even burn my channel divinity. Literally, just
all
I
right,
don't know. Just like I said, if they beat me, then I add another beer to Big E's tab.
all right. So um, give me a since you're looking for a specific type of person, give me an investigation, and since there's really no time sensitive thing, you can even make it an advantage.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Only had 16 on. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. I made him. Sorry, I forgot not to say him out loud.
Okay, so 16. All right. You find the person at the bar, the first person that Bob went up to get. Uh, is it this person? Yeah. You see him at the bar, and he is.
Mm,
He looks like he'd be a good person for an arm wrestling
nice.
match.
Hell yeah. I would like to approach him politely. You know, hello. How's the day treating you, sir?
Because the day is treating me well. As his head kind of like turns and he looks up at you, you realize that the bioluminescent Sheikah symbol on his forehead is no longer present.
I prod at mine.
You what?
I prod him. Like I ask, I check if mine's still there. I don't know.
It is still there.
Okay. So I asked him so how have you been? What's been going on?
I did that thing that they wanted us all to do. I don't know. I don't feel like myself anymore.
Do you mind if I ask what it was? I haven't gotten around to all that business yet.
Well, I mean, it started out kind of okay, and they were telling us all this kind of you know fake stuff about just blowing smoke up our asses, and then we went out, and they things got a little bit more serious, and we were basically given an ultimatum that if we wanted to be Hylian so bad that we had to be Hylian. We had to give up everything that made us Sheikah.
Oh, I arch an eyebrow. How did they do that? I notice you don't have your mark anymore, my friend.
Yeah, they had this witch. They took us out into the woods for what they called a re-education ceremony, and there was this Faka witch, and yeah, she listen. I don't want to talk about the details, but she took it. Mm. And now I can stay here in this community, and
Yeah.
I can be a new. I can still be Sheikah, and I won't have to live outcasted.
Outcasted. If you didn't do that, you were gonna be an outcast?
Oh, at the end they said if we didn't do it, that we had to leave. That we weren't welcome in the city of Hyrule anymore.
What in the fuck?
Yeah. They said if we wanted to belong, then we had to do what was needed to belong.
So like his eyes just like close slowly. And he takes a deep breath. And like just slowly. Um he kinda like grits his teeth. And he pats the guy on the back. And he goes, Now how you doing on drink, buddy? You want another round? This one's on me.
Yeah, I do.
Let's do that, buddy. We got some things to talk about, I think.
So, one question: with the hour remaining, how much of this time do you want to spend talking with him?
Um, well, honestly, I mean, Bob, unless you have anything you want to chat about, I would probably spend the rest of it.
No. I'm just listening to this going, you should just leave.
Yeah, I'm literally like thinking about cutting it for the woods right now.
Yeah. So, during this conversation with him, you notice that there are a lot more Hylian looking people in this bar and a lot less Sheikah looking people in this bar than there were previous nights, leading you to the conclusion that he's not the only person who went through the ceremony.
Jesus Christ. Whoever that is.
So, out of the remaining hour, we're going to run it until like I'm going to run it to for like a half hour before I interject something new into it. So
Okay.
so you can
Bastion,
yeah, I was gonna say you can ask him roughly a half hour's worth of questions and elaborations.
Okay.
Bastion, I think we need to find B.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay. So I was looking for a buddy of mine. Do you know roughly where they take you out there? Like I think I need to go there. Like now.
Um, I honestly couldn't tell you. I mean, I'm fairly familiar with these woods, but it happened so suddenly, and it was so much that I I mean, if I all I know is if you go out the gate, the main gate, and head to the west, that that's kind of the general direction of
Sebastian,
Thanks, buddy. Looks like we're going that way.
Bastion.
What's up, Bob? What's up?
That's where Impa came from.
Oh. Did Impa still have her mark?
Don't remember.
Hmm.
um it would be something that I would say you would notice rather quickly. Um, so I'll word it to say that the last time you saw Impa, you it didn't stick out to you that her mark was not present. Is that a good way to word it?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay,
Well,
because you notice rather quickly, like with this guy, like the moment he turned to you, you saw it. So there is a fairly high probability that, especially since there were a number of you, that you would have seen it. But since it wasn't something you had known to actively check for, it is reasonable that um, you might be
Didn't look.
second guessing it.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
let's give the old bums rush, shall we?
to the west.
All right. So as you get up and you start to head out and make your way to to the west, um, into the door opens and into the bar comes Impa and Odin.
Hmm. Does Impa still have
She's
her mark?
missing her symbol now.
Impa is missing her symbol. And she goes, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's the rush, guys?
Here's he.
I haven't seen him since we left you guys. You had him last."
You should.
Should what?
He should. Odin.
Um, are you like gesturing towards her forehead?
Well, no, I'm gesturing towards Odin because he's the last one that supposedly saw him.
Odin's like, I haven't seen him since I left with Impa and Bell.
Insight check.
All right. I'll put a DC 10 on that.
That's exactly 10.
Excellent.
He's telling the truth.
What happened to the special night ceremony type thing?
Ooh, what are you talking about?
Look at Bastion.
So he went to your house and he said that he got to talk to you and that you were going to take him for a special class to get re-educated.
I haven't been home all day. I've been with Bell, Impa, and the King all day.
Um. Okay, your daughter's been with you.
Yeah.
I just
I mean,
okay.
she's
At
home
least she's
now.
safe.
Um,
Sir, we need to get you home as soon as possible. I fear something may have happened, if not to E, then perhaps to your daughter, if she's been left there, because he asked someone he thought was you at your house a very important question, and then he was let off. And for your daughter's safety, would you mind if we headed there right now to check on her and possibly to check on him? Like it's very important.
yes, let's go immediately.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. We'll rush off to his house.
All right.
Um.
You rush off to the house. You know, you rush through the door. You know, Odin first, and you completely startle Bell.
Oh. Sorry. Yeah. I apologize. And I say, excuse me. Miss Bell, have you seen, have you seen, Biggie anywhere? We've been looking for him, and we haven't been able to find him. I like,
No.
okay. There was, we need you to be very careful, as well. We don't know what. I- I'm sorry. Excuse me. Do you mind if we inform her on the situation, sir?
By all means.
I turn back to his daughter and I say, so somebody here was at the very least impersonating your father to some degree. And despite the fact that you all were out, he was he stopped by to visit, and he was had some very important questions for your father. He was directed towards a special particular lesson for re-education, and now we don't know where he is. However, the flip side to this coin is, of course, please stay with your father and Impa as much as possible, because we don't know where the imposter is, what he's doing, or what his motive is, and your safety is important to all of us and the kingdom at large. So please, be careful.
Um. Okay. I don't honestly understand all of that, but um, I know that Iturbe would want me to trust you, so I trust you.
Yes. Thank you. Um, Now, I try to remember what Iturbe said. He said that. Did he say this was at the palace or at the like towards the king's tent, or like did he give any locational indication of where this was to be? Like he said to meet him in front of some place, but I can't remember where it was.
Iturbe said that he was going to Odin's house, and that they would go from there.
So yes, so he came to meet with you, Sir Oten, and then he came back to us to report where he was headed, and then he said he would head back to your house, at which point you would lead him to where he was supposed to go, and that was the last we saw of him. That was about 3 hours ago now. And yeah, we're, I'd like to we're going to attempt to inspect for tracks or any other way we might know him. Uh, but if there's any information you might be able to give us about these re-education procedures or how we might go about them, it would be greatly appreciated if you could inform us as much as humanly possible.
I I mean, I honestly don't know much about like great specifics of it. I know that it's a voluntary program that um, basically it permits the Sheikah who want to live within the city limits to do so in a more safe and controlled environment, and you know it helps um, protect the Hylians who are residents here, um, and yeah,
Protects them from what?
well against and that's, you're Bob specifically, you're starting to get like this feeling that he's talking about like the effect of how the magic has kind of like changed your physical being. He's like you know like the how the magic can do things and it's to protect
You're afraid of
people.
magic.
No, well, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid, but there are people here that are uneasy and don't understand, and it is
You
it
can get
is
rid of these. This is just something that I keep up because I can.
well,
I can make them go away.
it's not just it's not you. It's the
It's
unknown.
all Sheikah. Are you trying to say that?
I'm not saying that, but
So wait. Would you be good with a Sheikah marrying your daughter, who
that's a
hasn't gone through
why is that a pertinent
re-education?
question?
Because the fact that you're saying that magic is bad, and let's say I decide I want to marry your daughter, are you gonna say no because I have magic and I'm a Sheikah?
No, not because you're a Sheikah, but I want my daughter to be
Because I have
well
magic.
cared for, and being able to live within the city is part of that. And if you are you or any Sheikah chooses to remain as you are, then you cannot live within the city, and then that would be a life of hardship for my daughter, which I cannot have. He once again starts
Yeah.
coughing into a handkerchief as he gets increasingly agitated.
Look,
I'm done with this. I'd rather live hardship.
excuse me. I understand that there's a lot more to this, but I really I want to find um like Itanabe as soon as possible. Um, yeah, Iturbe. Sorry, Jesus Christ, brain fucking Iturbe is just kind of my top priority right now. So before anything else, I appreciate your help. Impa, you are probably better at finding tracks. Could we count on your assistance for at least a couple minutes, just to point us in the right direction, and we'll head out to find Iturbe as soon as possible, and then any other conversations that need to be had can be done so. I understand there are difficulties at foot here, but I just need to focus on the safety of my dear friend. He's just a kid. He needs help.
We'll find him.
Thank you. You know, he looks like very worried. And he you know he goes to step outside. He says, "Please, allow me to assist you in any way possible." Um, and in turn, I appreciate your assistance. All of you who are willing to do so. Um,
So where do we start?
so I need to look for tracks. You know, he's a strong guy. You know, he's lean, but he's strong. You know, what kind of armor does he wear? Like roughly? You don't have to tell me the specific type. Like light,
Light.
medium, heavy. Okay. So he wears lightish armor, so that would mean leather boots. Um, if we could find his tracks, we could at least find the direction that he went in. So that would be. I have mild survival instincts, but let's see. Um, what can
I'm good
I
at
do?
survival.
You remember his shoes? You'd be the best bet. I pat you on the shoulder and give you guidance. Can you tell me?
Yeah,
Can you try and hunt them down?
I can definitely try.
Thanks.
Let me know when I have to roll or what you would want me to roll, pup.
All right. Looking for tracks.
I was just thinking like a survival or something.
Yeah, well, I was like, so I'm like painting the scene. Um, Given that there's only one gate in and out of this town, it is a heavily
Oh,
trafficked area.
I
Uh,
didn't realize that.
yeah,
Sorry.
so the way that the town is constructed is that it has like wood, um, like wood log fortifications, and there's one gate kind of like that opens, that leads in and out of the town.
Sh-
You can make that nature check absolutely, but it is going to be as
Astronomical. I
as much as
understand.
I hate to say this, it has to be you got to hit that nut 20 at disadvantage.
Gotcha. Uh,
It's a nature check.
Yeah, honestly, like roll whatever you want because you got it. Whatever it is, it's got to be like
yeah, we
the
got
the
that one.
the only
400
way is
plus
the nut 20
percent.
at disadvantage.
Um, yeah. If I'm honest, we should probably spend just like for the sake of like brevity, we should probably just spend the time on something else. I appreciate the thought, but
Okay.
just for like just okay. Impa, we saw you go northwest roughly. Is that where the bulk of the re-educations are taking place?
So before we do that,
Uh-huh.
I do actually want to roll for it
Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
because I have an ability called Divinely Guided. Whenever you make an
Hmm.
attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, and you don't have disadvantage, which we do, you can then choose to gain advantage on the roll.
Oh, no shit.
So it would be a flat roll then.
Right. Okay.
You
So
can use that once per long rest.
all right. I could not think of a better use for it.
Now, if it has to be nature, that sucks. If it could be survival, it would be better. You tell me.
Um, you can do survival, but either way, you still got to hit that net 20.
Fine. Oh,
Oh,
worth a
Ooh,
shot.
I appreciate the thought. Thank you.
there are lots of like wagon tracks, and like the
Yeah,
the ground is kind of soft, but yeah, it's you take like one
the
look at,
shot.
yeah, worth a shot, absolutely. It never hurts. Um,
Okay.
okay, so Impa's like, yeah, I
It's a
can.
natural one, by the way. Anybody who's watching.
um, so yeah, Impa's like, yeah, I can take you to the area. I mean, fingers crossed.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry it's come to this. It's just the only thing I can think of. Um, I I don't know where the private lesson would have to be, so the only other thing I can think of would be to fan
Just go
out
to
by
war.
some persuasion.
Or we go to the forest to the west.
Mm,
We're told.
that is. Wait, what?
The forest up the gate
Oh,
to the west is where they've been doing it. So if we try there first,
okay. Um. Yeah, if
then
that's where
we
you think we gotta
might
go.
be able to pick up tracks because hopefully
True.
less people have gone that way.
Oh, true. Sorry, I got my things mixed up. I guess. Yeah. No, that sounds perfect. That's a good idea.
Okay,
Thanks.
so we're stick with this 5-person group. We're sticking together, or we can separate.
I was. What's in the
Start.
opposite direction?
Um, in the opposite direction is the give me give me a history check.
Sorry, I just yeah.
Yeah,
6.
6. Okay, so there's more woods. Um, there is to like to the immediate east. You do have the Sheikah temple, but if you go even further to the east, you'll start to find yourself in like Death Mountain territory.
Gotcha. Okay. Um, maybe we could check. I don't know if it's worth it to check the Sheikah temple or not.
I think they would do it there.
You do or don't?
Don't.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay. Yeah, we just gotta go to the woods. I think you're right. The Sheikah temple is always a place we could check on the way back.
Do we want to take all 5 of us, or you want the 2 of us plus Impa and have
um,
them, or just the 2 of us?
I think just the 2 of us for now.
Okay.
And maybe Impa can
Protect them.
yeah. All right, Impa, I'm sorry. I know I asked for your help, but yeah, I think right now we need you to just make sure that they're safe. I should have realized that that should have been another top priority from the beginning. We need to protect Belle, and we need to make sure nobody else impersonates Odin. But if you could just find a way to keep us informed if you find anything, I would appreciate it. I don't know how that might be, but if nothing else, I wanted to investigate the Sheikah temple. Maybe if you have the opportunity, you could investigate that while we investigate the woods. And I imagine you could still keep them safe in the temple if you want to have a cursory glance around. However, obviously, I don't know if that's something you can do or not. Reasonably so. But that's the only other thing I can think of.
All right, she's like, I'll go check the Sheikah temple, and Odin, you just look after Belle.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just and then I'll take with Bob and I guess do we like book it into the woods? Try and
Yeah.
get in there in a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, but wait,
Off
if you don't
the.
take Impa, how are you gonna find it? I mean,
Fuck. Yeah. Okay.
you can, but
No, that's
she
true.
knows
That's true.
exactly where it is.
That's
Oh,
true.
then I
Okay.
guess we have to take
Yeah.
her.
I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. That makes more sense. Thanks. Yeah. So okay, we'll bring input and
Okay,
retcon what I just said and just
yeah,
say, okay, thank you, but for helping us. We need you to lead us to where this is so that we have
okay.
our best shot of finding it.
So
Yeah,
full party sticks together.
yeah. I think we should do that. If Odin starts looking bad, I could ask him, if he needs like a lay on my hands or something like that. So
Yeah. Okay. So sounds good. All right. So you have a very formidable party looking for a Iturbe. Um, Impa leads the way. She takes you deep into the woods where you come across a hut that seems to be lit by a single lantern, and Impa knocks very very firmly on the door, and this as the door opens, and this dark silhouette comes through. and much as described, it is a haggard Faka witch. And she looks at him and she says, and she looks at at Bob and Sebastian. She goes, "I'm too tired today for this. Come back tomorrow."
Nope, 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 nope.
Not
I got
today.
questions. Yes, today.
What? I can do questions. I can't do cleansings.
That's okay, miss. Please. We're looking for a friend of ours who went missing, and we believe he might have been brought to this area. Iturbe. He was led off by someone who apparently very convincingly, either dressed up or otherwise perhaps magically impersonated, Mr. Odin, or Sir Odin, and he was led off in saying that he was going to be led to one of these cleansings. So we wanted to know, first, if you have found him, and second, if not, if you might be able to help us figure out where he was taken to for one of these re-educations and cleansings.
I have no vested interest in these paltry affairs. I haven't seen your friend. I don't know your friend, and unless you have come with some type of offering, and the witch kind of, with her beady eyes, looks a bit to Belle and reiterates, unless you have something to offer,
Nope.
I don't have
Don't
the
need your help then.
energy.
All right. Thanks for wasting our time. Bye.
I believe it is you who has wasted mine, but very well. The door closes. What is your next movement?
How big is this lady's house?
It's a one-room shed. It's pretty much every iteration of her has roughly the same size house or
I want to do a
dwelling.
quick loop around the house just to make sure there's nothing hiding in the back or whatnot.
What can I mean? I could have you make a perception at disadvantage, but if you're looking for something specific, it might give you better luck.
See if there's like blood or anything on the floor. He's doing something that really shouldn't be right, type thing.
Okay. You know what? For that, I'll have you make a choice of um survival, medicine, perception, or investigation, whichever you see fit.
Survival's already failed me once, so let's try it again.
Hey, nice.
And just because I have it, I'll use the D4.
Hell yeah.
So 26.
All right. There does not seem to be any type of nefarious or murderous intent going on at this place.
Seems okay to me.
However, Sebastian, do you join him in this investigation?
I would like to, ideally, or at least like I'm more looking for tracks of Iturbe though.
Okay. So
I'm one track mind on this, to be honest with you.
when you get to the back of the house, you hear Iturbe's voice. And
Running to see where it's coming from?
after a very forceful commotion, the witch is out of the hut, and she's screaming, "That bitch just stole my horse. That bitch just stole my fucking horse.
See if we can see someone on a horse.
In the night, you don't, but you notice
Yeah.
that Belle is missing. And Odin and Impa saw the whole thing, and they said that they heard Iturbe's voice coming from her general direction, and she took off south.
Health is best. Start heading that way.
Let's go.
All right. So the only two places that are south of this that you would know would be the meeting place that you, for Impa and Lake Hylia.
Long first. And we can rent a horse. Go after them faster too.
Well, it's just an area where you would, like, you as players would know Lon Lon to be. Right now, there's nothing there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
check there, and then keep going south if there's nothing there.
Yeah. Okay. So you check there. You easy enough check to see those, especially at this point now, like the sun is starting to come up. So so tracking like the hoof prints from the horse is becoming increasingly easy, and you realize like the next step is Lake Hylia.
Lord ho.
So you come to Lake Hylia, you see the horse unattended, just kind of running up and down the shore of the beach, and you see nothing at you don't find either Belle or a Turbe on the beach.
The nice little bridge. See if they're.
All right. So you travel down the dock. And at first you see nothing. But as you get to the end of the dock, you do see it. You see the necklace that that Sebastian would recognize, that Iturbe had given to her. And you see Belle face down in the water.
Been to try and get her.
Narrate that to me.
As soon as I see her, I literally do a swan dive into the water, jump off, and just go right in to try and bring her and turn her so that way her face is up, see if she's breathing or not.
You get to you start to, I would say she's, from your best guess, roughly 30 to 50 feet out from the dock. And
Go as fast as I can then.
as you start swimming and you get closer and you call out to her, you call her name, you
Els.
when you get to about 10 feet 10, 15 feet from her. She sinks.
I go down. I follow plan to try and still grab her and bring her up.
All right. So at first you can see her. She's beginning to sink deeper into the water. Her body's like now turned and is facing up, and you can see her as you go down, and you reach for her. Her ankle would be the closest thing, and give me an athletics check.
17.
17. You're able to get a decent grip on it.
I immediately start going back up, trying to bring her with me.
The moment you start pulling up, the ankle slips out of your hand.
I try again for it.
All right, give me another one. I'll even lower the DC on this now.
17 again.
All right. And the moment you grab her ankle, you hear her inside your head. Says, let go.
Pull harder. He's a friend. This is his woman. Not letting her die like this.
All right. You pull her up. You bring her up to the surface. Her body is, in fact, lifeless. Who do you call out to help her onto the dock?
Sebastian's still there.
Yeah,
Impa's there.
I'm a paladin.
Yeah,
I
I would call
imagine
out
on
to Sebastian.
I imagine on some level I know like some kind of rudimentary CPR. Like, here I had to step away from my keyboard for a second. But I think I'm proficient in medicine. Let me check real quick. I might not be, but at the very least, yeah. I mean, I have lay on hands. Which here, give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
It would be Sebastian and Impa that I would probably call out to.
Not Odin.
Odin, after seeing what his daughter looks like at the moment, no, I wouldn't call out to her father going, please help your dead daughter.
Okay, I'm not proficient in medicine, but I have like a modifier. Can I attempt to check to see if she's alive at all?
Yes.
Natural 20.
Her body is cold. She's not shivering. The color has left her lips. Her body is limp.
Yeah, I try the CPR for the gesture, but I know better than to expect anything.
When you make contact with her to attempt CPR, you hear her voice saying, "Put me back."
Why?
So we can be together.
relay what she just said to you?
In a very closed whisper, yes.
Do I hear the whisper? Let me ask that.
I mean, you should. I mean, I am just trying to not broadcast it to, the father, basically.
If I hear that, I go back into the lake and dive as fast as I can because if she wants to be down there, maybe he's down there now all of a sudden too.
True.
All right. I will. Let's see. Let's make 10 athletics, and anything over a DC 15 will get an investigation.
So there's one. That's a
Nice.
natural 20, by the way. Three. Okay, so there's
Right.
four.
2,
There's another one.
3,
You got us.
is that 10?
It should be 10.
1,
So 4 checks.
4, but give me your crit, give it to me at advantage.
These are investigations.
Yeah, 4 investigations, one of which is at advantage.
That's a 17.
hmm
That's an 18.
Nice.
A 10. And a 16.
Okay. Those are all very indicative roll. Well, like very indicative.
Except for the 10.
Well, I'm saying like out of the 3 rolls that you succeeded, they are very good rolls, which gave you a good ability to investigate properly the surrounding area. Like maybe not the whole lake, but still a good chunk of, leaving you pretty satisfied. And no, there is no indication that there's anybody else in this lake.
So I come back up and just start yelling, I don't see him. I don't see him. Don't see him.
Can I take off the illusion necklace while he's doing that?
The illusion necklace.
On.
Yeah. Well, that's actually not, that wasn't on. Like it was kind
Right,
of
you
like,
said they got left behind. I'm sorry.
yeah, it
Okay.
was left behind. So absolutely, like
Okay,
you have free
gotcha.
reign of that necklace.
Okay. hmm. Who picked it up?
Hmm?
Yeah, I guess I try to, I don't know. I'm curious what happens if I try to put it on her at this point. I
I'll
don't know. They probably won't let me do that.
I'll
do they?
save you and say nothing. I'm not going to make you dress a dead
Gotcha.
woman.
Thanks. Yeah, I got nothing, man. Fuck. Yeah, so once CPR works, once lay of hands doesn't take because it doesn't work that way. Yeah, I gesture for Impa to come over and ask her like what in the fuck happened.
Impa, you know what? Yeah. Impa notices the necklace and identifies it. The necklace was enchanted by a spell. Hold on a sec. Let me tell you what the spell is. The spell is Magic Mouth. And so with a little bit of trial and error, and Sheikah know how Imp is able to re-trigger the magic mouth spell. And through the necklace, you all hear Iturbe's voice. It says, "My love, if you're hearing this, then I'm no more, and I fear that they may be coming for you next. So I need you to run. And I need you to go to the place that we shared our happiest moments. And I want you to be happy. And I want you to forget about me. Because I am gone." And this is why you heard Iturbe's voice at the witch's hut. And this is why she ran. But the story's not quite over yet. What are you going to do now? At this point, Odin is furious. He doesn't know where to direct his anger. This is the first time he's learning of this secret relationship between her daughter and Iturbe. This is the first time that he's learning about much of this, and he is enraged, and he points to Bob, and he points to Sebastian. He says, "This is your fault."
Slug him,
You slug
fully
him.
knocking him into the water. I
No,
totally.
he takes. I mean, blood flies out of his mouth, but he takes it in stride. His body turns a bit, but
It's our fault. Our friend's probably dead. Because re-education.
your friend is dead because of his bad choices.
Oh, I hit him again.
All right. Give me 2 unarmed strikes.
It's normally X or strength for unarmed strikes.
I believe it's strength.
It's typically strength. You are considered proficient in your fists, regardless of anything else, but and the damage is typically 1 plus your strength modifier.
It was a 12 hit.
Oh no, just give me damage.
Oh,
Just,
it's gonna be 1 because I don't have any multiplier for strength.
okay. So he takes these 2 hits. It's like not a problem. He says, "You know what? I'm done with this re-education farce. You and your kind of cost me the only thing in my life that matters. The only thing that I had worth living for." And he storms off. He grabs the horse on the beach and rides away. Impa's still there, a bit lost for words. And says, "Listen, I know tempers have flared and we've all lost someone that we care about. Let's go back to Hyrule and straighten this out. We're all tired. We've been marching through the night. We've all been through a lot."
I'm not sure.
Not going back to that town.
I'm not sure I have faith that we'll survive the night if we go back there.
He's
pretty
just
mad.
angry.
He has
He's angry.
What other option do you have?
Come wild.
I can't do
It
that.
should have been done. Sure, I can.
I have to go back. I have to.
Gave up already. You can go back.
Listen, there's Sheikah in that town. I can't abandon them.
Are they still Sheikah without the mark? Or are they Hyruleans now?
It's not just about a mark. You know, if
It's her identity.
it's about survival.
And we can survive without them. We helped them win this war. They didn't help us.
We could always organize what's left of our forces. Get together. Stronger together. Clearly, their promises were false.
Then I at least
It is
need to
an
get them
option,
out.
Fine. Go back. Send them here. I'll wait here.
Impa.
With
I
a Hyrulean that died trying to save an actual Sheikah.
Are you really going to get them out? Or are you going to feed them into the machine? I need to know now, and I need to know the real truth.
I will get
After
out.
all we've been through.
I cannot take away their free will. If those that want to get out, I will get them out, and those that want to stay, I will stay and look after them.
Go.
Impa, for this, I'll come with you. So I'm going to gather our forces, and we are going to change things. Those who leave, they'll come with me. They'll come with us, and we'll make a difference. But someday, this may put us at odds, Impa. I hope you understand. And I hope you understand that it is not out of malice towards you that this happens. But we may not be able to make much acquaintance after this. If they treat us the way that it looks like they're about to. Like I said, I will only believe once I experience it if I wake a night in Hyrule Castle Town. Or Hyrule Town.
If we find ourselves at odds with each other,
Know that you always had my respect, my adoration, and then some.
and I could think of no more worthy adversary.
I reach out to shake her hand, and I say, but please, let's get those who would otherwise be killed or rebel or just seek a different life. Let's get them out while they still can. Let's let them have a choice. At least a choice. They deserve that much. If they're going to be struck down in the end, they'll at least go down fighting. The Sheikah will endure. We'll endure in different ways, you and I, but we will endure. That's just same. And you will always have my respect.
Let's go.
I nod. Let's go.
All right. Is Bob coming too?
No, Bob
Okay.
can't go back to that town at the moment.
All right. Are you gonna hang out at the lake, or are you gonna head out somewhere else?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm staying at the lake.
Okay. So, being you're traveling this on foot, it does take a fair bit of time to get there, but you are rushing as best as you possibly can to get to the city of Hyrule. And
Definitely.
as you get there, and you see an expected sight. You see that that the guards are rounding up the unconverted Sheikah, and they are removing them from the city. There are town criers calling out, saying that um, that any Sheikah who refuses to convert must leave the city. Any Sheikah who refuses to convert must is no longer considered Sheikah. Any Sheikah found, or any unconverted Sheikah in the city found to be in the city by tomorrow will be tried and executed. Right now there is no violence, but they are removing the Sheikah from the city. And they are coming out in droves. Sprinkled within them are a combination of converted Sheikah that you would recognize, as well as Hylians who are leaving with the unconverted Sheikah, who do not feel that this is right. And now they have this look of displacement on them. They have this look that they've lost their home. They have this look that they've been betrayed. And you are coming up to them as they are exiting the city walls.
And I'm gonna use my my paladin I'm gonna use my blessed warrior to number one, I tap my holy symbol, my upside down, I trace the symbol,
Mhm.
to cast guidance on myself. And then I cast thaumaturgy on myself, which is like a sort of prestidigitation type effect. So for 1 minute, my voice booms 3 times as loud as normal. Um, and for 1 minute, my eyes, and I would imagine my Sheikah symbol, glow with a essentially golden light. Um, and from that, eventually, yeah, I'm gonna stick with just those two for now.
Mhm.
Yeah, and kind of yeah. Uh, actually no. I'm going to go with this with this rumble of thunder effect, as I can create an instantaneous sound. Um, and I um am going to well, actually, before I do this, I'm going to look at, just if I can retcon one thing.
Mhm.
I'd like to look at Impa, and I'd like to say, go on ahead. You push them out in the shadows so you can take your place amongst the Hylians. I'm about to become an enemy to the Hylians, I believe. But you still have a chance, and I bid you to take it. Hide, and, usher out what you can.
She gives you a reassuring nod and says, "Until next we meet."
Until then, Impa. So yeah, I cast those spells, so I'm just like glowing with golden light, and I hold my hand out, to the basically like 100 feet away, and I call out to all of my disenfranchised brethren. The promises that have been made to every Sheikah have been broken. The promises already within just days that we would find a home and hope and comfort and loyalty and dignity. These have been taken from us already, and for what? And for all of the work that we've put in, for all of the efforts and technology and magic. It wasn't good enough for them. We're not good enough for them because they fail to understand what we're worth. They fail to understand what they're trifling with because one of theirs chose their own death and they take it out on us. They decide that because of one of their own doing their decision, our lives are forfeit. We're to be executed. Those who knew nothing, those who were here and thought they could be nothing but safe and sound. And now we are being forced out of the home we were promised for years and years of pain and suffering and war and hell. But we will not take this with a whimper. We will not take this with with a limp receival. We will be strong, my brethren. We need to be strong in this time. We need to band together. It matters not. They can keep their city of Hyrule. They can keep their throne and their temple. Yes, even if they rebrand what was once ours, we know what these lands were. We know what they always will be because we know the spirit energy that flows through this world. We're in tune with it. And even if they take the very mark that marks us, they will never take the fire in our soul. Not even should they execute us with their impunity. Indeed, my brethren, band together, band with me, band against these brigands, these cowards, these liars, these thieves. Join me with honor and leave these lands. For now, in peace. But should they hunt us, should they press the assault, then they shall know what we're capable of. But that will be on them. All we wanted, all we need, is to seek out the life of peace and prosperity that we were promised. And if it will not come with the Hylians, then it will come with ourselves. We are capable of anything. They knew this, which is why they had to take such underhanded methods. And they will always know that we are superior. So come, brethren, retreat into this night. Hold your heads high. Hold everything that is dear to you in your hands. And leave this hell behind.
All right. So you rally them quite fiercely. You can see that the that you've raised their spirits, and that there's hope. So you take them and you march on. You march on to south to Lake Hylia.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, I'm sorry, let me retcon something. Before you march on to Lake Hylia, and as everyone's kind of cheering for your, from your speech, who comes up to you but the fortune teller lady? And she hands you something in a bag, in like a cloth satchel. She says, I believe you'll be needing this from now on.
For the first time in quite some hours, he smiles at her. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I just take a peek within the bag.
It appears to be some type of mask as you take a peek.
He nods, smiles again. You really do see the future. I guess from the get-go, I wouldn't be showing my face around here again. A little more literally than I expected, but so it is. Thank you again.
Do you take the mask out? Do you don it?
Yes, I put it on as I turn and lead us away.
So, this is the mask that's given to Sebastian as the new life of the true Sheikah begins. So, that technically wraps up the story of this one shot. However, we still have one unanswered part to a story. And that would be Iturbe,
Mm-hmm.
who was in fact inside the Sheikah temple. But
Yeah.
that is a simple answer to a complicated question. So, throughout the course of the story, we've come across a number of people, a number of interesting characters. The fortune teller, hold on, let me, people that don't necessarily seem to fit or make sense. We had the fortune teller, we had the doppelganger of Odin, and I believe a couple other characters as well. And these characters played a very subtle role in this story. So, almost as if they were methods that weren't questioned from somebody who desired to not be seen. So, Iturbe comes to Odin's house with a jovial mindset that he's finally going to do what needs to be done so he could eventually marry the woman that he loves. And he was finally going about it the right way. So he goes to Odin and says that he's ready. He's ready to convert. He's ready to start his new life. And Odin starts to take him to the Sheikah temple. And as he makes his way through the Sheikah temple, through the entrance, something smacks him upside the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. And when he comes to, he finds himself in a torture chamber within the walls of the Sheikah temple. Something that him nor any Sheikah was familiar was there. It was something that was placed there. It was something that was constructed in there, not something that was originally part of the temple. And it is a very dark and dim lit room as he stands there, hanging upside down by his feet, with the blood rushing to his head. And all he can hear is a pounding echo emanating through the stone walls of this temple. And he hears a voice that he is fairly familiar with. And the voice calls out to him and says, "You thought you were going to get a happy ending. You thought that this was going to work out so good that you didn't even need to ask the king for anything. But I asked him for something. Do you want to know what I asked him for?" With the blood rushing to Iturbe's head, he spits in Bacalon's face, and he says, That's right. I asked him for you. You see, you're not that important to many people. Not yet. But when I'm through with you, oh, you'll be something very, very special indeed. Because you might not know it yet. But these feelings of love for your precious Belle and these delusions of having a happy life for you and all your people, that is nothing more to me but a catalyst of much greater things to come. And Bacalon falls back into the shadows, and a very familiar laughter echoes through the room as an all too familiar face emerges. And so Bacalon reaches and starts taking tools and starts joyfully doing horrendous, torturous things. And over time, Iturbe is nothing but a shell of his former self. And the hatred and rage and corruption that now replaces the joy and love that he once had will fuel him until he can go no more. So, I hope you liked our one shot.
Nice. I knew we should have checked that fucking temple.
There's always a possibility. There's always an option where something can go sideways, no matter how hard I plan for it to be a certain way. But yeah, so we've been given a little bit of backstory on the Happy Mask Salesman. We've been given the backstory of the spirit of Lake Hylia. And although, believe it or not, I curbed things that I wanted to say, to put it quite bluntly. We now have our backstory on Bongo Bongo as well.
Nice. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh, Lito said that was great, but his stomach is like killing him. But he said he had like a great time and stuff.
Okay, wonderful. Honestly, I know we ran late tonight. and I tried to like condense this into like as much of a, I didn't want it to run over, so we did run a little bit late. So I thank everybody who did stick with it. But
Oh yeah, no, it works for me, man.
yeah,
I'm just
so
exhausted though. Fuck.
yeah.
Sorry.
Oh man, so thank you everyone for tuning in. It's great to be back.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Next week we will resume our campaign session. So quite honestly, the best way to address any questions, concerns, or curiosities about this one shot would probably be best to post in Discord. I'll happily answer any questions. Again, that there were, I did kind of pull some punches on certain points, and I feel like that might have left a little bit out. But yeah, the end result is we have the birth of the Yiga, we have the backstory of Bongo Bongo, as well as the spirit of Lake Hylia, which explains why I've also been very shifty about whether or not I've called her a goddess, a demigoddess, a spirit. She is a
Nice.
spirit because of because she was once Hylian. And
Nice.
and yeah, we have a little bit more of an understanding on really how the Happy Mask Salesman has been orchestrating so much of this, including the birth of the goddamn Yiga.
It was you all along. This was your doing? Like the dog ending from Silent Hill.
Yeah,
This was your doing?
that's that's awesome. But yes, thank you everyone for tuning in, and look forward to resuming the campaign next week. And until then, let me find my scenes. There we go. Until then, have a great night. Welcome back, and bye.
Bye.